Okay. There we go. Dogs. Dogs. Hey, you've got plans? Okay, here you go. We're gonna mess with those plans a little bit. Delta, good morning. Hick. Wow. I lost my breath halfway through that. Tick, welcome, good morning. Alright, just cleaning up after 2 dogs that want to be a pain in the backside this morning. Unicus, good morning. Hope you are well. Early. Nope, 2.5 hours. And it's a day off as well. Yes, it's a day off. I have a day off today. So I'm going to stream a little longer and then get some stuff done. So I woke up at 8:30 a.m. and it's 8 here now. Yeah, it's early. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm I'm a little tired. I did my pre-test for my brown belt last night, at karate, and I've still got the tennis elbow, and it was a little bit more painful than it should have been. So that was not fun. So I am tired. Okay. Forgot I was doing that. Okay. So today it's going to be a little bit of a blend. I'm going to do a little bit of bot dev. There's some ideas I have for the bot. I want to at least start getting some of that stuff done while I've got a little bit more time on my hands. And I didn't get to do some of the Agile stuff last night because I was just tired. Filter, I don't know if you saw my my reply to the thing from yesterday. So those interested in the Discord, there was a post ESSA shared yesterday by Jeremy Miller. If you don't know Jeremy, oh nice. I think it's I was literally sitting down. I checked it first thing and then I didn't see it again. Nice. But anyway, it kind of, some of it resonates. I will say that. I'm not sure I kind of like the hot take on it. Deliberately poking at people. I think that's a little bit unnecessary, but I get the points overall. And I'm kind of the same idea as far as architecture goes. You know, I get it. There's some right ways. There's some ways that books say. Well, he's deliberately not saying he's going to implement clean architecture, right? He's saying, I don't want to implement clean architecture. Right, but that's the reality of what he's saying, is all these architectures are great until, and that's what I've said all along, right? All these architectures are great until you find the use case that doesn't fit. And he almost does exactly the same thing I do, right? It's not myself or yourself necessarily that's going to break that technology. It's when you have to solve a problem and you have to solve it quickly, the juniors, seniors, the juniors and mids are the more likely to be in the code every day, mid-senior in some of the higher level code, but they're not necessarily going to follow the same rules. So what his approach is more of, accept that the things are close together and kind of embrace that a little bit. So I kind of get the point. And it's quite an interesting read. So yeah, I'd recommend, if anyone's interested, go into Discord and take a look at the video. It's a little bit of a poor quality. There's some definite audio issues with it. If the structure is there inherently, it will make it, but no, it won't. That's the problem. It will work as long as everything works neatly within the bounds of what you're doing now. But the moment you don't, that's when the test is, right? That's the test of any architecture. It's not, is it perfectly architected in terms of it's nice and clean and things sit together? It's what happens when it doesn't solve the problem directly. And you've seen that with some of the stuff I've done, right? The transactional stuff. I've introduced technology to fix a problem that might not have been needed to be fixed had I been simpler about things, right? Talking about things together, what did you come up with promotion of tickets into planning? I didn't really solve that problem yet. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm going to do a little bot test to start, and then I'm going to move into that because I didn't get the chance to really think too much further. So I haven't been able to get my thoughts in order. So yeah. Edge cases exist is a large reason behind the shift away from rigidity in a lot of areas. I guess they've been doing clean architecture, so that in a way I lack the experience to truly talk about this topic. But you are allowed an opinion, right? And I trust you understand a lot because I know what you read. I know how much you consume. And you basically like Kirby up all the knowledge that you can. So I get where you're coming from. But again, a purely well implemented implementation doesn't necessarily, Hi Ian. Hello, you might want to include Discord link to the live YouTube description as well. Live YouTube. Did I not do that? I always think I do. Hold on. Oh no, I don't do I? Okay. Thank you very much for the correction there. I shall solve that now. Oh no, wrong server. I just tried inviting someone to someone else's server. One second while I awkwardly use a trackpad. I've got to learn some more control over this stuff. I'll correct the YouTube thing. Then I'll okay, there you go. It's now in the Discord. Now in the YouTube as well. The YouTubes. But Ted's code base of Blackjack is significantly better than no architecture poorly implemented. Okay, so any structure is better than no structure whatsoever, right? Consistent code is the biggest thing you need to aim for, right? I don't care whatever you call it, as long as it's consistent. And like I always say, right? As long as the developers working in it can work in it effectively, then it doesn't matter what you're doing exactly. To the outside world, right is their way of doing it, right? Because they understand that. Whereas if they work in your code base for a while, like if you and I work together for a while in this code base, after a while it'd take on the shape of, everybody. that's what I think architecture should be. Architecture should be evolving, and Jeremy actually says a lot of those things. So I side with him, or I see where he's going. I don't see the benefit in being quite so confrontational. And some might say that it's a lack of understanding or a lack of ability in terms of not understanding how to implement clean architecture properly, or not understanding X or Y, whatever. But I don't think it is. I think it's more of a generalized approach, right? And I'm starting to see that there's a lot more these hot takes on things as well, on different things. The code was wrong in a lot of places. In that video, I didn't see very much code specifically. So, if you wanna dig a little deeper, I would recommend going looking at Jasper, JasperFX, Wolverine, Martin, etc. So he's put a event store DB on top of Postgre, and that's Martin. But and I can guarantee that guy knows what he's talking about in terms of software development. So maybe he needs to learn some things I don't know, but that's the beauty of what I do. Well, again, just seeing the different. I mean, I'll be honest. I have looked through some of the code. The sample's a little hard to read. There's some things in there I don't like, right? But I've looked to, and I looked when I was doing this, right? When I was starting to get Agile Platform up, I did look at using those tools because ESSA in the fire hose of links that ESSA has been able to provide, and the education that he's been able to give us through sheer resources. He's been able to provide a lot of stuff there. But I decided not to go that path. Yeah, there's a lot you can, and that's the difficulty, right? I could spend a lot of time trying to learn something, or just trying to do it and failing. And I think that's the reality of it. As you develop, as your skill sets develop, as you grow as a developer, trying and failing is oftentimes more productive than trying to spend a great deal of time learning someone else's way of doing it. Right? That's kind of the pragmatic approach to software development. Right. I find that beyond incorrect syntax and build failures, code is never objectively wrong. There's a likely discussion to be had. I put all that work way before reading an architecture I won't use. Right. That architecture might give you some insights. That's the only reason I'm saying it, right? Sometimes it's worth looking just to understand the differences and understand the opinion. And then you can, if you need to discuss, like I looked at it deliberately because I was assessing it for this, right? It's like looking at other languages, right? You should never just assume that this language is better than this language, right? They all solve problems in different ways. There's probably instances where some things might work better. Like for Agile Platform, if I find that a language is good at processing something, right, I'm going to go and use that because it is better than C#. If I find it is better, I'm not afraid to mix that platform up a little bit, right? If I have to write one client in React and one client in Blazor, and then that's acceptable, right? But for me, that feels like a good choice as long as it's moving forward and it's maintainable. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day, is how quickly can you maintain the software that you write? You don't want to be, oh, don't you dare, dog. Dogs are being difficult. Sorry. You don't want to be, I lost my train there. Right, I've got a camera up on my phone. It distracted me. Right. So yeah, pragmatic is the best way I can put this, right? I like to be pragmatic about the way I approach software development, and sometimes learning new things and just to understand them is useful. Okay. There. Okay, can I get my thoughts in order a little bit here? Because I don't remember where I was on my bot. Move that over there a second. I haven't worked on this in weeks. I learned yesterday that my company hired a coach who previously worked at Pivotal Labs. Also, and our director worked at Pivotal Labs. Why do I know that name? Okay. Got caught up into Hanzu now. Bought by Accenture, and the fifth were dissolved. Accenture, is that Accenture the Microsoft? I think it is. Management Consulting, Irish American. Oh no, it wasn't then. What's the Microsoft version of that? Or maybe that. Oh, they are a big Microsoft shop. Yeah. I might have interviewed for them. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I think it's Accenture. I thought, yeah. But it was the Microsoft one. It might be Accenture, yeah. I interviewed with. I got told I wasn't good enough. That was 10 years ago. Oh, yes. I'm actually very bitter at the local dev companies. Oh, how so? Similar behavior, they would either reject me, I believe, or fail in interviews with similar reasoning. Or hire me, treat me terribly, pay me terribly, and zero job security. Yeah. Work is hard. Need to make sure that those go out. Job security doesn't really exist these days anyway. Yeah. I mean, improving in what way? There's a challenge there. Okay, so I clearly was doing stuff here. I don't know what. I was clearly working on something last time I touched the bot. So the reason I'm picking up the bot is there's some features I want to start adding in, and I think it would be pretty useful for the stream to add them in now. So on the vein of the whole, here's the ticketing system, right? I want to start providing the ability for features to be reviewed by adding them into the chat. So kind of integrate the whole concept of planning with the actual chat as well. You want to be a coach. You like to coach people. Get requests. Create an instance of a T request, which is a Helix request. Danny, good day. How are you? I don't know about coach, but how to start out, what frameworks, languages are good, etc., etc. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, consultant, coach. What? Oh, it's I've had a lot of a dog on lap. Can't work. Too bad. Like, there's a guy I'm more or less friends with locally that was talking about Dev and how a company gave him a lot of time for a feature. Turns out this meant 2 months. That is not a lot of time. No, that is not a lot of time. You're right. I'm not bad. I've got a day off work. I'm going to tinker with some bot stuff to begin with, and then I'm going to do some Agile stuff. Let's give you the minimum amount of time required. I mean, in what core? Okay, this. I'm trying to. I'm gonna divert a little bit onto that because it does bother me, right? So to give you the minimum amount of time required. So a lot of companies do not understand what development means. They understand that they have to ask for something. And they understand that it goes into a little box, and that little box does some things, and then things appear on screens, right? They don't comprehend the fact that this might actually take a lot longer than they think. And if a company gives you 6 months to develop something, you're going to take 6 months, right? Right, but that developer should be empowered to say, that's not a lot of time, right? And this is why developers get into, I disagree with the whole work 20-hour days, right? I don't believe that's healthy. 6 to 7 hours of actual development time a day is healthy, right? If you can be productive for 6 to 7 hours a day, 6 to 7 hours a day, right? Then that will get a lot of productivity. Your brain's fresh, your brain's active, it's engaged. You can get a lot of stuff done and produce more than you would in 20 hours anyway. Right? Because over 20 hours, you're going to start getting stressed over things. You're going to start not seeing problems. Right, but I'm saying 6 to 7 hours of focused actual time, right? We don't get that amount of time because of meetings, etc. Right? So even if you're not actually, typing, even if you're not typing, you're thinking. You're able to sit there and mull over things, right? So 6 to 7 hours of actual dedicated alone time to actually do what you need to do a day. 4 to 5 hours of actual coding, yeah, I agree, is realistic. Right? That is a healthy amount, and you can get a lot done when given that. So developers need to be empowered, and this is kind of what I want to do. Right? I love development, right? I would hope that shows in some small way on this stream, right? I love development, but I realize that there's a lot of developers out there, they do not know how to stand up for themselves and do not know how to say no, right? That developer needs to be empowered to say, that's 2 months to start, right? We need 4 months for this job, right? But again, if a company gives you 4 to 5 months, you're going to take 4 to 5 months. So the company has to try and set deadlines that they expect, and they have to trust that the people working with them understand how to relay that. Now, sometimes you get ridiculous deadlines set, right? That is not healthy. So milestones are a more effective measure, right? Okay, where do you think we can be in 2 weeks? Where do you think we can be in 1 month? Where do you think we can be in 6 weeks? Right, and that's the whole Agile thing, right? It's the ability to constantly iterate over what you're doing and making sure. So a 2-month deadline is unrealistic anyway. 2-week deadline is unrealistic, depending on what you have defined. He should have had something working fairly well in 2 months. Yes, exactly. How fast to get a widget on screen, right? So a developer needs to be able to say, here's some realistic milestones, right? They shouldn't feel pressured from the business to rush it all through, right? That is harmful. If a business says, I want this in 2 months, go, right? That's harmful. Business needs to understand that you're hiring experts, right? You don't tell the plumber to get it done in 20 minutes, right? Well, if you do, you're going to end up with a problem, right? The plumber will get it done in 20 minutes. Your pipes are going to leak, right? So you have to trust that expert knows what they're doing. But when it comes to software development, companies don't know how to manage software developers properly. That is my experience so far, right? Even software companies, once the product becomes large enough, they lose track of that piece, and development becomes chaotic because, again, that's the whole thing with, making sure developers are comfortable with the software, making sure they can make changes effectively. It all cycles back through. 4 hours is max for me. Context switching between helping people, meetings, daily one-on-one sessions are already taking too much time, to be honest. I code outside of work. That doesn't count, though, because I really enjoy that time. Yeah, I'm the same way, right? And I think that we should be better equipped to say our developers can get 5 to 6 hours a day minimum of actual focus time. Pairing is acceptable, but actual focus time. Local companies also do not value development. Big companies don't value development. Yeah, 4 hours is probably the median amount of solo coding a coder can do. Sometimes you might hit 5, others at 6, but that isn't common, right? Unlikely. Software estimation, demystifying the black art, and Mythical Man Month are great books everyone should read. Yes, the Mythical Man Month is something I've looked at. I do own a copy, I think. Those sorts of books I want to read, but never get around to, quite. So yeah, again, that's the reason why, right? I would like to be in a position where I can empower developers to do that, or at least say, hey, this is the software, this is what it does. Here's what we can give you. Like one of the things as I'm building the Agile platform, I want to consider is, what does it mean to customize, right? What is customization in software? Because oftentimes, you are asked for special features. What does that actually involve? Because when you're building software, it's great to think of it the way you imagine it, but then someone else has a different vision for it, or they want something different from it. It gets challenging. And that's when estimation like that become harder. And that's where the code breaks down, etc. Okay, so I got to figure out where I got these packages from. I would imagine my local baker. Okay, so if I bring up if I bring up yeah. So I do have a local baguette server running, and I have my Streambot core. So I bring up the Streambot. Actually, open. This is the actual core of my Twitch bot. You mostly can't convince less non-technical people. And that is a massive challenge, right? That is one we all face. And again, that's something that I feel can be improved. Making sure that developers aren't, because I've been guilty of it myself, wild assumptions about the way software should be. Oh, that's really difficult. And I did it recently, actually. I was asked how long this would take. I was like, oh, that's going to take overnight, etc. And another developer stepped in and went, actually, no, we got it down to like 5 minutes. It's an actual massive data pull. So my natural assumption would be pulling 20 million records would take a while. No, we got it down to 5 minutes, right? I didn't know that part. So I was like, oh, well, sorry then. There you go. You can do it quickly. But I have to be big enough to, step down off that. What we can do is give a rough estimation, and they still act like we give commitment. Right. The balance of you're suspicious of that statement. Suspicious of that statement. Okay. Well, however they did it, they did get optimization. Maybe it wasn't 20 million. If you want to post a link, the Discord is a better place to post the link. Can't VIP everybody, and I prefer not to have wide links in the chat. So you're more than welcome to join the Discord if you want to and post a link. This is from Jira. Unfortunately, story points are often misused. Story points go wrong when they are used to judge people, assign detailed timelines and resources, and when they're mistaken for measurement of productivity. Instead, teams should use story points to understand the size of the work and the prioritization of the work. There you go. 2 points equals 1 day. Let's go. I honestly think story points are evil, toxic, full stop. Agile 2 exists. I'd be interested to know why you think they're evil / toxic. Yes, all this. So, what I was doing last time I was building the bot. Previously on bot dev. I gotta make sure to look at this. I gotta close that one down. Right. There's another thing I want to go into afterwards as well. They're essentially used for estimation. They're trying to answer the question of how much does this cost. And although I understand it's important to understand your costs, I think you just want to get an answer. How would you do it? So again, the reason bot dev, I do need to get the bot up and running. The bot should work. So I'm going to try and get at least the parts working. So the way my bot works is I have, my GPT stuff's in here. Awesome. I have the middleware. So my bot works in so much as in your app. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Careful not to cut yourself on that razor. With me, it's likely. I think it's more about prioritizing, etc., and understanding how long large projects take. I basically think trying to figure out how much something as a complex as development is going to take or cost is a fundamentally flawed question. Okay. You're never going to figure out a reliable answer. But you need some form of estimation. And if you blow through estimations, then they can't make predictions on future systems, etc. Well, because it has to work in step with the company, right? If the company needs to promote a feature, okay, basically I think trying to figure out how much something as complex as development is going to take or cost is a fundamentally flawed question. Never going to figure out a reliable answer. Why? What are you trying to get out of that? Okay. So let's go from this. What would you do instead? Or would you just say software's open-ended? I've noticed that becoming a big trend recently, Linear. The whole, quoting for budget to get approval on projects. Yeah, software is open-ended would be my general answer. Yeah. Yeah. So for anyone new to the stream, Linear, welcome. I don't know if you've been looking for a while or whatever. My stream is generally a mix of this sort of stuff, and recently it's been really awesome in terms of productive discussion around software development. Generally, I work on one of two products. The first being a stream-friendly product, I suppose you could put it as, in the form of drink water. Nice, just looking some software streams on the company account while I'm on my break. Nice. So stream projects are normally shared in the TD Friends repository. So we work on drink water, which is kind of a deliberately poor architecture for the purpose of implementing, improving, and giving experience. And another platform I'm actually working on an Agile management platform myself, because I have some opinions, if it isn't obvious already, about how to develop software and where we need to be. So those are the primary products that I'm working on. Bot stuff is something I don't do often on stream, but I need to do some. I need to get some of it up and running. Hence why bot dev, because I'm on a day off as well, so I've got a more relaxed timeline today. But Dota, what I kind of want to dig deeper into this. Maybe we can pull that into a Discord discussion as to how we should estimate what software. Actually, I did see one very cool thing on Jeremy Miller's Discord, which actually was kind of a discussion threads layout, and I want to see if that's possible, because this is the sort of thing that would be useful, like in terms of a discussion, to have and be able to store as for readback, if we could have that discussion. But I do want to go more into that as to how we should estimate software, how we should relay those estimates, and what it means for a business when we do it different ways. I personally don't have an issue with points. I kind of like points in terms of if the team's using them. If the team is using them, then it, as a measure for each other, it can be effective, but I can see where the flaws are. And I do have a lot of points on that. I mean, we develop as a very small part of a much bigger system, and understand stakeholders want to know where we are and need promises so that they can satisfy customers' needs in a reasonable time frame. But some things can be estimated. The problem is that when we are part of a software development company, we are the business, right? We are the product. And that's the challenge, right? When the product needs to grow, the talent needs to come along with it, but also you need to have, and this is why rapid development isn't always healthy, and adaptable, maintainable architecture is necessary, because you need to grow quickly or be ready to grow quickly. What patterns do you put down, etc.? So there's, it all feeds back into, being able to talk, right? The communication aspect. Artist, Youssef? Hello, welcome on YouTube. I hope you're well. Thank you for coming and saying hi. Hopefully the chat from Twitch is readable over on YouTube on the screen. I do not have any tools for restreaming it yet, so the conversation is kind of what I read back. So Apologies if I read too fast. Please let me know. Sometimes the nerves get a little bit, and I read fast. The guy I paired with had a good insight. We have to be able to talk about stuff. He was having some coworker conflicts and just having the discussions about them, and ultimately they worked out. Right. Communication, right? Clear communication helps everything. And constant communication. And that's what Agile is. Agile is meant to solve this problem. We just can't apply it because we can't kind of keep, as human beings, wanting to put frameworks and rules in place because, again, if you get into a culture that is us and them, it creates a problem. So you need to work. Can I ask what you are doing here? Right now, talking about software planning, estimation, etc. Which is funny because this is the day I've chosen to do some bot development, right? So the bot, for Twitch, I wrote my own bot framework. I chose not to go with other implementations. And so I have all the code for the bot is actually on GitHub. Is linked below. Recently, I actually did implement the webhook code for Twitch. I went through everything and tested it. And I seemingly then went off and tried to implement a dashboard so that I could subscribe to certain events from my bot. And that's where I was, it looks like. So I may or may not get further. We'll see. But then I will be moving I work on primarily one of two projects. The first is a project called Water Drink Water, which is a viewer project, built for discussion and learning and growth. And the other project is an Agile management platform that I've been working on for the last several months. That's what I normally do for the majority of the week. So you're more than welcome to hang out and ask questions or discuss things. I apologize if the conversation is a little bit one-sided. Twitch chat doesn't get to see the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat does get to see the Twitch chat. So, but I'm always happy to have discussion and talk about software development. What I'm trying to figure out right now is, so when I have this set up, I do have ngrok set up on my machine to be able to pull this back. And I was obviously trying to learn how to actually subscribe to a Twitch webhook, right? That's horrible. Blazor, this will be Blazor server. Blazor always worries me as to where things lie. Actually, no, I know I can do something now. I can do that. Make it cleaner. I can move the code behind. Really? If broadcast is not known. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Okay. I was going to say that should be there at least. So, the way this works, and this might be nonsensical, the way I develop this sort of software is I kind of write what I think I want to see as far as the API goes, and then I aim for that API, right? So I kind of write the code that I would want to, I kind of do exactly what a Copilot does for me, right? Copilot says, oh, you want this type of code? Okay, here you go. Here's an API that totally doesn't exist, but it might be what you want. I kind of do that. So the way this functions, and I have a sample here, right, is I can configure local event handling. So I add webhooks. Webhooks registers an event mapper, and then I can configure essentially a message bus. So what happens is when I start up the application, it will register the webhooks that I have. This endpoint is listening, right? So this will, got to remember how to write his own thing. Yeah, it adds all the right pieces, adds the service, etc. Secret provider, because obviously I need all that sort of stuff. Each webhook is given its own secret, is the idea. So no two webhooks are shared. So then, let me figure out what I'm doing here. We have local event handling. When this starts up, it will then basically give me a publisher. In the webhook library itself, I do have, remember how I do my own thing. Apex, good morning. Hope you're well. Yeah. So ultimately, this is built to basically, if a webhook happens in Twitch, right? If I get a drop or a poll, a begin poll, etc., I can subscribe to these events in my application, and just by having the handler there, it will distribute the handler. So this code can be written to do what it needs to do with that event, right? So it's kind of like a little message bus, and then I can extend that if I want to further things. Well, I implemented every single webhook, and I tested every single one with the Twitch CLI. So I know they work, right? I'm just trying to figure out where I started the service to listen, and I probably put it in here. Web application extension. Here we go. So when you use webhooks, right? There we go. That's how it works. What I do is I say add webhooks, and then down here I say use webhooks. Hey Tak, welcome. Hope you're well. So when you say use webhooks, this is okay. We're going to create an endpoint API/event sub, and that will start up. And obviously, this is going to start up on the address I've told Twitch to go to, which the other app is my ngrok endpoint. It will register that up, that endpoint, and then when it receives an actual event, it will get the content, it will pull all the headers out of the event message. It will then validate that it is correct for this secret, so it'll do the check it needs to do there. If it is not valid, then it will return forbidden. If it is valid, it will go and deserialize it to an incoming message. It will then map it to a handler, and then it will publish that event handler. How long have you been doing all of these? The different projects I'm working on, Youssef? You mind if I say Youssef? Or would rather address you properly? Is that meant to be artist Youssef, or is it artist? Which ones? So yeah, this is the webhook stuff that I've done, right? So the idea being that I don't need to know in here how I'm going to receive these messages. I can build this up. You can say Youssef. Okay, thank you. Which ones? all of the projects that I've been working on, or software development, or... So, yeah, so the webhook's implemented as a library. It's also a NuGet package. So the Streambot core and then the webhook. So the Streambot core is this. And this is all the regular pieces, the IRC pieces, etc. And the way this works is, all the projects. So the bot stuff I've been working on for the past 4 or 5 years. This is kind of an evolution. It isn't even active in the Twitch channel because I just tinker with it every now and then, and bot dev is not that interesting to me overall. But I've got some ideas for how to implement it, and I want to update this. The Agile Platform has been being worked on for the last couple of months. So the Agile Platform, for reference, is not open sourced because that is one that I do plan to build into an actual product. We've been going through this a lot on the stream recently. Design. So this is planning kind of management tickets. So I'm using a lot more technology in this. I'm using Kafka and SQL Server, and will use Couchbase, and continue to grow this platform out. So this is quite big at this point. So this is about 4 months of work. And then the other project is Water Drink Water. And we've been working on that for a couple of weeks now. And I have tried to go through on the playlists on YouTube and update them to make sure that they are current and relevant. And I try when I start the stream to remember, because when you start a stream on YouTube, it kind of resets some things and leaves other things in place. So it leaves your description, so I can just copy out the pieces I want. But then it removes the playlist. So you have to remember to go in and select the playlist every time. So the playlist should be up to date. So there is a Water Drink Water playlist and an Agile Platform playlist on YouTube if you're interested in going back what's happened. The Water Drink Water app. The intention of this one is very much interaction with viewers. And this is a couple of weeks old. There you go. I thought it was so we could drink more water. That is the plan. Are people viewing my water drinking? If you share, if you make friends, yeah. You can, you'll be able to make friends groups out of people in the stream. If we implement it right, we could actually have a stream group. Wow, good morning. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm not reading that out. PG channel. Not even PG. Family friendly channel all round. There's no parental guidance required. Okay, so webhooks. I don't know if I need the webhooks yet, right? So the main part of what I'm trying to do today is not actually the webhooks, but obviously I started creating, bot dev today. A little bit. I'm going to move to Agile in a little bit. I have the chance to do a longer stream today. I have a day off work, so I'm going to do some bot dev, take a quick break, get some more coffee, etc. in a little bit, and then go back to the Agile stuff that I did not complete yesterday. So hopefully that works for people. If you do not want to see bot dev, and then please tell me. But all the code for the bot is actually open source. That is in the GitHub, in my GitHub, my personal GitHub. All this is shared. So if you want to go and and use my PubSub components or my IRC components, you can do. So the bot is built to basically, and I'm starting to actually introduce GPT. So you can create middlewares for the bot. So if I want to, see if this is working. Yeah, that's kind of working. Okay. So the way a middleware works is if I want to say add in something to provide extra features to the bot, to receive the message and do something with it, I can do. If I want to receive a command, I can just implement a command, and this is it, right? So if will this build? Because this will connect to this stream if I run it. Okay, so that is building. Okay. I do the bot. Right, if I run this, let's see. My apologies, on YouTube you won't necessarily see very much, other than the commands appear in the actual text. No, you'll see the text appear, so you should be fine. But no one worried about. But we should see the bot connect in a second, unless I remove that message. I remove that message. Okay. So I should be able to do exclamation hello, and the bot replies. If I want to introduce, let's say I want to introduce shout out, right? And I want to make that a Twitch command, and that is shout out, and it's an I Twitch command, right? So there's two pieces for every command: can execute and execute. Can execute is permissions. So deep in the bowels of the actual bot code, it uses a parser. It pulls the message apart. It pulls the headers out. It figures out who you are, what your role is, etc. If you're a viewer, if you're a subscriber, etc. Right. So I can say in here, user dot. I think I can do is in role. Message dot. That is in role. In role dot broadcaster, right? I can do that. So only the broadcaster can do this, and then it knows what I'm trying to do. Return. Okay, let's see if that works. So I should now be able to run that. I do shout out Apex pixelated. Let's see if it works. Yeah, there you go. It works. So that's kind of the way I did the bot, right? I like this idea of just being saying, yep, I want to register these commands, just write a little bit of code. You can actually, this will use dependency injection as well, I believe. So if I have, let's see, if I have Twitch connection. Yeah, you shouldn't, actually, good point. Let's test that in a second when I start the bot up again. I should. Actually, let's put that in hello. Let's see if that crashes. Because essentially, I think dependency injection works. If you try hello again. Right, hello. Yeah. That's interesting. Oh, hold on. I do hello, hello Apex pixelated. Yep. So dependency injection works as well. So I can inject things into these commands. Right. So building a command is simple. That's kind of my focus, right? Again, from an API perspective, this is very productive, right? If I just want to introduce a new command, it will literally take me as much time as it needs to code it. And ultimately, I could make this even more flexible, right? Where I don't need to have the code. I don't need to build the code to run a command. I can build a generic command. So shout out, County Dev. Yeah. So dependency injection works, and that's the core bot. So that code is all available as well. If you want to go and learn how to do that, how this is built, it's not exactly simple, but it is flexible. That was my goal, right? I can remove the hello command at this point, I think. So it also supports the middleware. So the idea would be semantic kernel. So inspired by Satolix, who I will. And by the way, if you haven't checked them out, the shout outs I have given are real. Satolix is a game dev who has created quite an amazing product for the stream. Right? He has a bot that is a sassy bot. It uses doesn't use semantic kernel yet, but it does use ChatGPT for APIs, and it's deliberately difficult. It can time you out. It can reward you cool points in the channel. It can do all sorts of cool stuff, but it is worth checking out just from the fascinating amount of effort he puts into just building that bot. So, but this is very much inspired. The idea of having semantic kernel in here. The reason I want to use it is I want to build it as it will remember who you are and kind of know your preferences, etc. Actually, I don't understand what you're doing now because I'm new to programming. Can you give me any advice? Yes, Yusuf. My apologies. I should be clear that I do not do a lot of necessarily beginner friendly stuff on the stream. I apologize for that. However, yeah, I'm always willing to stop and describe things if you actually have specific questions about things. Advice in what way? How to get started, what to use. I assume, in Twitch I can assume .NET, but on YouTube you may have been brought here for any other reason. So what are you learning? And what are you interested in doing? So, the goal here is, the middleware. So middleware, I can apply extra pieces on top, right? So the semantic kernel middleware, once it's gone through the initial command handling stuff, the message can be passed down through other things, and they can either process it. You can actually stop processing, or you can continue down. This will just call everything in sequence. So the middleware will apply. Yeah. Yes. How do I start? Because right now I'm learning Python. How do you start? I mean, are you in school? Are you just doing this on your own? You're trying to learn on your own? I mean, the secret to software development from my perspective is keep building things, right? Keep writing software. Don't assume that because you see something someone else is doing, you can necessarily be there right now. Don't try and reach for, beyond where you're comfortable. Build what you can. Build little applications. Build, all the common stuff that you see in tutorials, etc., to-do lists, etc. They're there because they're kind of easy to follow, and you can repeat them time and time again. I mean, a lot of practice and just keep writing stuff, and don't just repeat things. Right? It's all too easy to copy and paste what you've done before. One thing I try not to do, especially if I'm learning something new, streaming has introduced a bad habit for me in that I'm more conscious of the time than I am being perfect on it. But don't copy and paste. Write code out, even if it's an example. You're taking it from a website. Write the code out. It will help it. I'm that sort of learner that does help me for certain. I don't like trying to read back over code that I've pasted in because it's just like reading someone else's code. It never goes very easy. Shout out. Okay. Not to worry about. I'm not going to go too deep into the semantic kernel pieces because things that I want to. Yeah, my prompts are there. There's things that I want to do with the bot. The key here, what I was doing was, this command, hello world. Yes, okay. So this actually hosts the bot and hosts the website, right? So it's kind of it uses both, right? So this will create a bot service. That bot service will start up and run. Right? So I can go in here. Actually, let's take that command. Yusuf, you're more than welcome to join Discord as well and ask questions. I know that you're learning Python. I'm a C# dev, but there is a lot of stuff, and there are people in the Discord as well that may be able to give some resources and help with that as well. So you're more than welcome to join the Discord. Thank you for the shout out. Question mark? I was testing the bot. My original bot version did have, I actually did store streamers, and as they came into the stream, you could customize the message that promoted you, and it will call you out automatically when you say hello for the first time in the day. And I will be putting that feature back. So let's figure this out. So the idea here is that this is a site that starts up and allows me to manage the bot, and also it runs the bot. So I can basically host it in my Docker instance and have the bot running when I start the stream. That is the goal. Let's see how close I am to that goal. Just trying to figure out what I was actually doing last time I was doing this, right? So, yeah. So what I was doing is making this so when it starts up, it will actually go and figure out what I'm actually subscribed to. And it will list the subscriptions. But to do that, I have to actually have a subscription, right? So I was trying to figure out how to actually add a subscription. So, the idea of this is what I do is I request apply. So this is the challenge in designing the software the way I design it, right? I try to write what I want to happen and then go and make it happen. So sometimes I've written code and it doesn't actually work that way. I've got to figure out what apply is meant to do here, because I'm probably trying to figure out the best way of making this request. And the reason I'm wrapping it up is because subscribe webhook request. So this is a subscribe webhook request. It's a Helix request that needs Helix. That's fine. And then I pass it down. So where did it apply from? So again, I'll do a little bit of bot dev. I'll see if I can get this up and running. If I can't, then I will I'll continue it later. I do have some extra time today. I just wanted to see if I can get some of it. Basically, the goal would be PubSub. I'm not going near PubSub. The PubSub pieces are not where I need them to be. Webhooks, like I said, I went through and implemented every single webhook and tested them, so I know that the code for each one works. So the idea is each one of these messages, and Twitch's API is horrible, by the way. Some very big inconsistencies in these. But these are the messages that come back from Twitch as part of this event, right? So the poll status, a webhook, shout outs. If I receive a shout out, it would come in on this webhook. If I create a shout out, right? Thank you, sir, for the advice. You're welcome, Yusuf. Again, if you want to ask more questions, if there's specific questions you have, I'm happy for you to join the Discord. I'm happy to answer. And again, there's a lot of smart people that come in through the stream, and I'm sure there's some links and stuff that people can share at some point. We were actually just talking about this. I think it was yesterday, right? Not understanding. Like, I've been doing this for over 20 years. There's people in the chat that have been doing it for a variety of time in between there and beyond there, I would imagine. And it's very hard to go back to what was it like to be in the first couple of years of learning software development. So, advice is general because it's it's the easiest thing to say, hey, do this, do that, do this, do that, but it doesn't always work. So general advice is helpful in terms of kind of, you've got to learn what you're doing. You've got to understand things as you go at your pace, and just make sure you're reinforcing your lessons. Like, keep writing code. That's how you get better. You know, some people find it a little pretentious or a little bit, what's the right word? Not conceited. I do believe that software is an art or a craft, right? It doesn't do well from just being used when you need it. Right? It does well from better software comes from care and attention. So, yeah, and I was recently in another stream that had that conversation. Okay. I gotta figure out what I was doing and why I was doing it now. So, I was obviously trying to figure out, okay, I need to add the headers, but I've got an underlying request, right? I'm not, that request is down here, right? Subscription webhook request, right? That's here. I can't change this. Yeah, this is what I was doing. This might not be a good time for doing this on a stream because I've got too many sticking points. So I've built this thing to be able to say, hey, subscribe to the webhook request, but I need to do certain things to get to the webhook request, and auth is one of them. Now, Twitch has an interesting thing, right? Depending on the thing you're subscribing to, you have to give it a different authentication, right? Because there's application and user authentication, right? In the Twitch API. Some of these subscriptions are application subscriptions, and some of them are user subscriptions. So you need to give it different tokens to the same endpoint, different tokens based upon what you're subscribing to. So that's why I was trying to break out this code, and that's why this code isn't correct. I think I was trying to create some sort of pipeline of things that can happen on that. But that clearly doesn't work. I don't think there's an apply method in here. No, I never created it. So I was clearly dreaming. Well, it didn't start up. It's built. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, I was dreaming. Because I can't just say, yeah, generally use this authentication, right? Don't show secrets, don't show secrets. Yeah, okay. So the API over here, so I have implemented Helix and the Twitch API here. There are two different APIs. Helix is now the common one. There used to be another one called Kraken. They finally got rid of that one, it looks like. However, so this is what I'm thinking through just to share this is I'm wondering if I have just made this too complicated at this point, right? Where I've abstracted it enough that I've now made it absolutely impossible to do what I want to do, right? Because what I need to do here, what I was obviously trying to do, at this point, I need to do something, right? I do know it's a subscribe webhook request. It's a Helix request. So I think what I was considering is I need that. Our client equals that. and I do client dot that. So what I need to do is, hey, here's the client that you're going to handle, right? So in my Helix request, what is that? That is a HTTP client, right? So essentially what I need to do is at this level, public void apply. And then what would I do that? No, I wouldn't do that. No. API design. Ultimately, what I'm looking to write, something like this, where I say, okay, I kind of need to say, is there a delegate? And if there is, invoke it with the client, right? I want to say, like, if apply is not null, then apply client. Okay, Junicus, thank you very much for hanging out. I will get back to the regular scheduled content in a little bit. Why is not null? Why? That's essentially what I want to do, is something like that, right? Where I want to say, okay, now call this, and then over here, what would that look like? I'm not visualizing it, is the problem. Make sure that. Yeah. So if ever an ad's showing, please feel free to just let me know in chat if there's something I'm doing that you actually want me to pause or hold up on, or whatever. You know, I'm always happy to jump back and go and review. You know, this isn't a watch me code sort of stream. It's I don't need to be productive. If the conversation starts and goes around the code or the patterns or the things I'm doing, I'm happy to discuss them. I'm happy to go into them in more depth. I think it's a very good way for me to learn as well as anybody else to learn. Is not just assume that what I'm doing is right. Because I know what I'm aiming for, I know what I'm doing, etc. Doesn't make it correct. So what I was actually trying to do here, from the looks of what I was doing last time, is I was trying to subscribe to a specific webhook, and then I can list those webhooks. And actually, this is pretty much what you did the other day, Canny. If you're there. I'm trying to get a list of the available webhooks to subscribe to them. I'm trying to just learn how to hook that piece up, and then, no pun intended, and then I can do that. Have you seen something like Elsa workflow? Would a workflow engine help you a lot? I'm always intrigued by the word workflow. Elsa workflow. Elsa is developed to weave logic directly into their system to enhance functionality and automation and align seamlessly with the application's core functionality. Tell me more. Huh? Huh. That's going in the list of things to look at. That's an interesting idea. Frankly, even something like this in the Agile project management would be interesting, is you will have a bunch of activities that might be custom per tenant. Possible. Workflows. So, workflows is definitely something that, it's kind of the general term to some extent, but it's definitely something that, and again, going back to Dota's discussion from earlier, right? The whole estimation and architecture stuff. Most applications work fine until they're asked to change, right? And most of them are, hey, when this happens, I want to do this sort of thing, or I need this to happen, right? So having the concept of a workflow in there, having the ability to say, okay, well, now we can apply pieces in here, might actually be a good idea. So we'll investigate that. What happens if I do this? If I do this, might not be what I really want to do, but we'll see. So I go in here and I do, if I have a public delegate void on figuring delegate. Hey, yeah, so how you doing? It takes it's client, and then I do workflow engine or rule engine or state sheet. Yes, very much. All, yeah, I'll take all, please. Public. Wow, I haven't written an event in a long time. Syntax. yeah, everything. It's fine. I haven't written an event. I'm not even going to mess around. I'm just going to... yeah. Good. Yeah. Did you see the discussion on the thing you posted yesterday? Yeah, there we go. I don't know why that was so difficult, but find out. Never invoked. So what we're going to do is in our here, we're going to say if. Why is it not? We are a healers request. The one you started in by posting Jeremy Miller's blog. Event on configuring can only appear on the left side of plus on mine. What? What am I doing wrong here? Did change? Yeah, event handler. Yeah. Okay. Right? I'm just doing events wrong here. What am I doing wrong? Brain. nullable event, and that's not. That's fine. That's not invoked. On configuring, just subscribe to the event from a usability perspective, right? I'm being dense. I'm not sure I understand what I'm doing wrong, to be honest. Yeah, set when used for the class. Why not subscribe to that? Probably. This is on shape chain. Yeah, that's fine. In shape, on shape chain. That's just a method for the sake of a method. I mean, I can do it that way, but that's not. So the point is that I should be able to check if I have subscriptions, right? So I subscribe to that event, right? The goal here from a design perspective is what I want to be able to do is say, hey, invoke this event. So if I subscribe to it, I can change it. Yeah. Here I see C# code that also if you could send a space shuttle to the moon. Right now, I think it's send it into the ground. Because I don't think I know which way was up. I'm doing a little bit of bot dev. I want to try and introduce some more functionality to the stream. Just a little bit. I'm going to move to Agile in a little bit, in a few minutes. I just wanted to see if I can get this working from a design perspective. What I want to do is start to introduce some bot features. So, shout outs, etc., auto shout outs. So when people join the stream, it will say, hey, welcome. This streamer is awesome. Then have a management console so I can subscribe to Twitch events, etc. Things like, notifications. And I believe that Twitch is actually moving more towards this way of doing it anyway. So it's good to have it in there. And I've had the code written, so I thought I might as well use the fact that I've got a bit of a longer time today to do some of this stuff. But now I'm forgetting how to do basic programming, it seems. Because my thought is from a design perspective. Secret project number 7. What I do is do dots on configuring plus equals, and then subscribe to that event. And that would then allow me this would be client. Right? Client would be there. Right? So that when it does configure it, it will actually add this in there. That's my goal. But apparently I don't know how to do programming. Let me see. Public. Right. Okay. We'll live with that. Let's see. Build. So go in here. This version 12. Okay. Build. So I forget how to use my own get server. So again, the code for this piece that I'm working on right now is all available in. I do have this code. He says must have changed some stuff. It's all the testing for the most part. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of verifying it. But all the code will be available in the GitHub repo. It's all stuff I share. But there's the IRC features, which are pretty much well tested at this point, and there's now this webhook component. So if I go into my terminal to cd stream bar dot webhooks, then release unless I want to publish 0.12. I gotta remember that line now. Upload. And because I'm extra careful, my secret key. K, I think it's K. Package is dbd develop .twitch beanbot dot web webhook dot 0.0.12 .net you get push. Yeah, just the -s. Okay, there you go. Again, if you have questions or concerns about what I'm doing right now, you're more than welcome to ask. This should refresh in a second. That's 12. Let's update. Get that. Yes, I should test that locally. I should test that in an application, but this is kind of my test as well. This piece would be my private part of it, right? So, oh. Oh, hold on. Wait. That's async. No. Async. Get request. Gives me a request. Describe request is a... Right. So why do we not have... Because I didn't put it down low enough into the actual API. Is the... Oh dear. So this works, right? Because it calls this method, right? This can be protected. This never exposed. This piece needs to move up to here. That can be null. That can go away. Cannot resolve. Oh, I don't inherit. Hold on. Oh. Yeah. That's interesting. Call two things the same thing. Why? Oh, because sometimes you want a Helix request that does not have a result, and others that have a result takes parameters. This one just takes the result. Yeah, that's why. Everything is a Helix request, though. Yeah, I made a mistake there. Well, once I've got this piece, I'm going to move on, get back to Agile, because I don't actually like doing bot dev, especially not on stream. I don't think people find it quite as entertaining for my sort of stuff. like I was saying before, Solix, that is interesting bot dev because that is very cool. It's more interactive bot. My stuff right now, my goal is, by the way, to kind of create some sort of on-theme ticketing system so that the bot, you can actually, you can use channel points or whatever to add tickets and they'll appear on the screen. That's kind of my goal. So you can kind of register, I see you doing this, here's a way of doing it, and you can actually register that for later review. That's kind of my plan, to make some level of interaction with the screen. It shouldn't be too difficult to implement, especially if I get these parts working. Because then I can subscribe to channel point rewards and limit that. Okay, so let's do that. Publish again. Oh, 13. There we go. Packages 13 is updated. Go over here. Let's do that's 13. Upgrade to that one. It should start on configuring. Client goes to. That's not how the subscription works. Right? Plus equals. Delegate. No. It's fighting a mix. So when it comes to this sort of stuff, there you go. Why is on configuring not working? Subscribe webhook request. Is of type. Because I call the on configuring, it has to be of that type. Have on configuring as a public event. Subscribe webhook request. That's what I return. Which is a Helix request. Is this one, which has configure and on configuring. Why don't you like it? Subscribe webhook, but that's the right type. So I'm not trying to avoid the fact that I'm using HTTP here. I'm not trying to make this overly complicated. What I'm trying to do is I'm going to have to do this in a variety of ways. And this actual piece, if I need to add more headers in, etc., I don't want to have to do that in a general way in the library, because again, different actual webhooks require different authentication parameters. So if I'm subscribing to a message that involves my direct user, I have to have my user token. If I'm subscribing to something that involves a channel, I have to have an app token for this piece. So this is different based upon what I'm subscribing to. So what I was trying to do is build this out to test it, and then I can show my subscription and validate it's working. That is the goal. Again, if you're new to the stream, if you're joining me for the first time, this is not normal content. I'm not sure why I'm struggling with certain pieces today. But you're more than welcome to ask questions, share opinions and thoughts on software development on this, particularly if you want to. And if this is something that doesn't interest you, more than welcome to let me know. I will be moving to normal content in a minute. I just thought this might be a good idea to get this working while I have actual spare time. Why does that not work? Implemented. Try webhook request as that. Yeah, it's not there, is it? Village request. Why can't you compile that? Why can't you go down there? Request. Because it's too general. At its base, it's a Helix request. No. Because this one is of the right type. This should decompile. There's my configure. Subscribe webhook request. Got configure. Which is this. That's an interesting way of seeing that code. The decompilation. Huh. Huh. I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. It's over here. Not really. Let's get it back. Hold on. Before. Right there. Helix equals app.service provider. Services get required service. Helix. Helix. Helix get request. Description. Try web fast. So because obviously, there's common pieces here, like subscribing to a webhook, there is a common path, just certain pieces you have to add in. I wrapped that up into a thing called a webhook request that kind of has the API and stuff there. Yeah, so I was thinking about the workflow thing when driving to the office. We were doing the promotion of tickets, and I thought that each tenant might have different requirements for what happens on the domain event. That's a very realistic possibility. That's that. Thank you for considering that. Yeah, because we were kind of talking about what needs to be there, what should happen. Yeah, definitely. Hey, Belinda, welcome. I'm new to API and learning REST now. The tutorials I watch uses data similar to the table for sending as payload to the backend API. I think this can lead to revealing the table schema to the user. Yeah, that is a big risk. If you are, yeah. I gotta get used to putting more things in Discord, Unicus. No worries. I will do some more research though. I'll definitely look into that. We may end up on some diversion streams. So yeah, Blender. It's quite common when you're working with data, that you kind of align your API endpoints directly with the data models they're representing. It's not always the case. What it can lead to is actually, I think the word's emic. I think it is. What it can lead to is kind of a pattern where you say, okay, well, I need to store a book, right? So a book has a title, an author, and an ISBN, right? So your API looks like host to books, and that has an object which you then insert into a database, and you actually are exposing that up there. Creating a view model layer to when you're returning the books. So your view model should only return the title and the ISBN or whatever. Captain Coda, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome all. You're gonna have to give me a second. The chat does not move normally this fast. Happy Thursday. Choose a day when I'm doing bot dev. Welcome all. Thank you for the follow, Profits, Chronix. Appreciate you. Lance, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay, so I'll catch up on them afterwards. I'll focus more on what I'm doing. So right now I am doing some bot dev. I'm about to move on to something different. I have been trying to implement my webhook pieces of my bot for quite a while. I have recently implemented all the webhooks and tested them and never actually implemented them in my bot. So I was kind of trying to do that. And I'm trying to figure out how to subscribe to the webhooks through a UI. That is not normally what I do though on this stream. I do a lot of talking. I do like to discuss software development. Normally what I do is I have one of two projects. The first one is Water Drink Water. It's a learning project. It's being built in a way that is kind of rough, very rough around the edges, deliberately so that we can discuss software development. It could be an opportunity for, if you've never done a pull request before, to start doing some tinkering and little bits here and there and contribute to that project. So it's very much intended to be a kind of first-time friendly application. I'll bring that up shortly. We'll close the bot down for right a second. So it's a very simple application, and the idea is that, if you want to put your own UI on top of it, you can experiment with different clients and put them on top of the application and use it as very much an experiment. So that is Water Drink Water. Me and my daughter, we both do karate together, and we are both very bad at remembering to drink enough water every day. If you do any sort of exercise and you don't drink enough water, you will have some pains. So it's kind of inspired by that and very much aimed at trying to help us encourage each other. So I came up with a set of features that would be good to implement and friendly. Yeah. Water is life, agreed. Yeah. So that is that is one of the projects I work on the stream. That is kind of gaining some traction, and hopefully people are starting to get there. So the other project I'm working on is what I keep referring to as Agile Project Management, or Liquid Sky, as I actually named it. This project is a little bit more involved. It is closed source. I do want to develop this as an actual platform, but it gives me a lot of talking points for software development and the challenges that we face as software developers. The biggest one being communication, right? So I'm trying to answer some of the things that I see on a day-to-day basis, working as a software developer, trying to work to develop good software, good quality software, on a deadline, so what I'm trying to do is here build a platform similar to something like Jira, but try and get out of the way of the developer, right? Produce more information, provide more communication and visibility into the workflow so the developer doesn't have to be stopped to say, where are you with this thing, right? Someone can go and look at a board and say, oh, that's in progress. Oh, that's in planning. So I have a lot of opinions on this piece. So it is something I'm building out slowly, have been working through. It is built in how do I put it? Not best practices. But it is built in a way that was fun. Twitch just then showed me that the ad break was ending. It didn't show me the ad break was running in the first place. So I apologize if anyone was behind an ad there. I thought they were off. I'm not subscribed to the whole microservices thing here. These are independent services. Each piece runs as a component of the. Yeah, my apologies. I didn't know an ad was running. Otherwise, I would have stopped talking. If anybody has any questions, by the way, one thing I do like is talking about this stuff. So I'm always open to questions. I'm always open to thoughts and opinions. If you see something and you think you're doing that wrong, we can talk, right? I might not agree, but we can definitely talk about it, right? Because we all have different opinions on how software should be developed. I have to leave for work, but hooray for the raid. Thank you, Apex. Take care. Have a great day. Yeah, so if you're interested in game dev, by the way, Apex does stream in the evenings. He's been working on a lot of games. He's been working on behavior trees and unit testing within Godot, which has been fascinating to watch. So he's been learning there himself. But definitely a stream to watch. So yeah, I've been building this. The idea is, again, I have some ideas on love Godot devs. I've really started to appreciate Godot. I really do like the options there. Even the GD script stuff, I kind of like watching. Thank you for the follow, maybe to all. Shoot through, Any Buns, Renard, Good Paper. Thank you very much for the follows. Appreciate them. Is that Rider? Yes, it is. Rider is my preferred IDE. I like the style. I like the speed. Visual Studio has got much better over the last couple of years. But professional developer, kind of invest in my tooling as best I can. I feel it's something that I like to use. The entire ecosystem. I have Data Grip open for my database stuff, etc. Just coding, or do you use Unity Unreal? I do tinker with some stuff off stream. I've been playing with Godot. Godot is down here in my bar. I've actually been playing with Unreal the last couple of days. I don't like to stream it because I'm not very good. Game development is something that I find fascinating because I think that it's a very different way of approaching software at times. That creative flow is energizing, but I get stuck on the details. So if I ever decided to get into game dev, it would take me a little bit. But so I mainly do application development. So not everyone's cup of tea, but it seems I am one of the few on Twitch doing this sort of stuff. By the way, have you been liking Rider? Oh yeah, I love Rider. Rider's awesome. I like the theme colors. Yeah, it's nice and actually for a while there, the colors on the stream look way richer than the colors on my monitor. I recently had a bit of a nightmare with monitors, and now they actually look more in line. Mr. Jones, afternoon. How are you doing? Last night I was talking with a 9-year-old that didn't stop talking. He asked me what I did, and he said he would love to make games. I'd love to make games, right? So TBD Gamer is not an accidental title on my handle. I don't know if you can see behind me here. That is actually shelves of games. I have 3 walls full of video games. Gaming is something I love doing. I am passionate about. I just don't consider myself good enough to be I've been a developer for 20 odd years, but I've never tackled game development because I just get stuck. Unreal is impressive. If you like coding games, it's super fun to play with, in my honest opinion, regardless of skill level. Yeah, I mean, there's pieces. I mean, I can, if you see, I'm not lying. Godot is here. I do tinker with some stuff, right? I did that open PowerShell, right? I have been playing with this stuff quite a bit, but it's just something I have to concentrate on, right? I do have to spend time with, and I need to kind of focus my time better, because I could spend lots of time playing this stuff. It is fascinating, and I could do the same thing with Unreal right now, right? It's very hard to balance time. I've done a bit of game dev. I'm more clued up on engine dev rather than actually making a game. I've always heard the best devs I met saying that game dev is too hard to tackle. I think, from my perspective, just seeing the notifications appear on stream. That's funny, Streamlabs. From my perspective, I always consider game development to be more free-flowing and more creative, and I think that's what leads to, like, when you develop an application, you are thinking very much about how it might be used, how it might be built, constructed, changed over time, what requests are going to come in. The game is developed in a very different way, in so much as it's like, what do I want to achieve? How do I want it to work? And it's that somewhat chaotic nature. And I think I love watching game developers work and do their thing, because I want to be like that, but I can't be like that. So that game dev is very different to normal in business dev. There's a lot more math and granular performance compared. I mean, the tools and the engines definitely abstract a lot of that now. They've got, time-based movement is something that you don't have to really worry about. It's kind of in every tutorial, etc. The steep initial learning curve, because it pulls in 3D graphics, level design, audio, etc. Yeah. And again, I haven't spent too much time doing that, purely because, this sort of stuff, I could jump around all over the place. But I'm, as much as I don't want to admit it, I'm starting to enter into the back end of my career, right? I'm going into the second half as such. And I don't want to be splitting my time as much if I can focus and build something that I can produce and actually say, I developed a full product, right? On my own, or, I built a team that built that product. So that's kind of my focus right now, which is why, game dev, even playing these games, I mean, I'm not joking, there's getting on towards 2,000 games on my walls around. I need to spend time to sit down and play them. All right, from all the sorts of consoles. So, I just got to balance that time, and it's a hard balance. It's freaking chaos. At work, I'm used to multiple layers of testing just to be sure everything would work exactly how and when I want it. Yeah. Right, could I do a PR in water? Drink water for that get preferences endpoint? Stick it consumption for now. Yeah, absolutely. Please feel free. More than welcome to contribute. Again, we'll review them on stream. Right, that's the goal. It's weird doing game dev when you're coming from that place. Yeah. Yeah, I still laugh at the fact Unreal Engine runs on C#, but you code in C++. Yeah? Because is this true? Oh. I mean, I had no idea that was the case. Huh. Most developers are server-side releasing into the whole thing. My talents definitely lie on the server side. So right now, this Agile platform is APIs, right? So there's lots of aspects to this. I'm using Kafka, I'm using Mediator, I'm using a whole bunch of different technologies, and will grow into more technologies. It expands, quickly. So deploying this is going to be a challenge. I'm going to have to do a lot of learning to be able to figure that out. I have previously tinkered with Kubernetes on little machines in my house. And that took me months to get figured out. That's going to be a challenge. Huh. Now a bunch of people are off hunting for. Does a real run on C on C Sharp? I have no idea either way. So, I mean, Unreal's a pretty fascinating tool. I would love to get more into it. Godot, I've enjoyed Godot. I actually did install a bunch of game engines on my machine the other week because I was kind of. I watch game dev streams and I sit there thinking, "Oh, I could do this. Like, I want to play with this," and I'm like, "No, I've got to spend some time focused elsewhere, etc." So, I do have a Discord, obligatory Discord shout out. If anyone wants to join in there, I do try and continue conversations that start on stream. I try and put learning links, thoughts, opinions, etc. Esa himself has been a massive contributor to a lot of different resources, a lot of different opinions on architecture, thoughts, etc. I recently tried to refactor this to clean architecture, or to be more aligned with the clean architecture. And in that investigation, learned that clean architecture might be called clean architecture, but there's a whole different interpretation between different developers as to how it's done. Because for the longest time, I've held some pretty strong opinions on software. Did about a few computers to set up Kubernetes, and I still haven't done it. I think I will set up a Proxmox cluster and have it run containers there, and have a couple of VMs. Yeah, I don't think I have it at hand. I bought a little AMD box, right? And I install it. It came with Windows 11. I wiped it. I put actually dual booted it. I put an Ubuntu distro on there, and actually got a Kubernetes cluster running with the game library stuff. It just took me months. It took me months to figure out all the little pieces and stuff, and I don't think I got anywhere. Yeah, junior developer. Gotta learn. I think actually we should all revert back to junior developer as a title. It should all just be junior developer. I got a few B-Link. Yeah. I got AMD, but yeah, I think it's B-Link 05 or something. You could write C# in C++, but you couldn't write C++ in Sharp. I won against that. Hi, Sorcery. How you doing? Fucking great game devs. The only reason, by the way, I did not ask what Captain Coda was doing is I did have the link up on before, and the majority of the viewers came from that stream. So, yeah, most of mine were workers. So, in Italy, everyone is a junior dev. You become a senior only in one company. When you change workplace, you got to start all over again. Stream's going well. The stream's a bit chaotic today. We just got a very nice raid from Coda, which I am very, very grateful for. Thank you very much. Introducing some friends. Yeah, so what I was about to do right before everyone joined was take a quick break and then jump into doing some Agile Platform stuff. So I'm just going to continue with the Agile Platform stuff, kind of discuss some of the pieces, and then I'll maybe go back to that break. So the bot dev, I will deliberately move on from, because I think it's definitely not worth getting stuck on now. Yes, longer stream today. I have a day off work. So The only thing I have to do is make sure I do not lose track of time, as it is my wife's birthday. so yes. And just to prove and still forget how to do things, I had to look up how to write events before in C# because I completely forgot the syntax. Because I have not used them in that long. Thank you. What I let's load up rambling stuff. A fun diagram to look at. So, cake and ice cream. Ice cream cake is her favorite. We'll be doing ice cream cake, and I will be making chicken parm for dinner. Oh, luckily I can cook. Wow, Streamlabs. I'm seeing on the stream the pop up, and it's just caught up to Renault. That is funny, Streamlabs. Your queue is that broken. After looking for a bit, I cannot find the original source. There is equal possibility I was wrong. Feel free to research. Well, I really do appreciate even admitting that, right? I know there is an Unreal CLR project that was backed by Epic, which seems to have kind of disappeared. It was last updated in .NET 6. There is that project, Unreal CLR, but that is it looks like that has stagnated, which is sad because I think I could be more productive. Because Unreal, I think Unreal is a fascinating tool set. I think I could be productive with C#, but the C++ does still trip me up. Well, the last time I was playing with kind of what they call templates. Okay. Right. Yeah. As long as you're productive, again, the language matters little. Yes. Okay. So, what I'm trying to do. So, this diagram is not representative of the full application stack. It is kind of in progress / thoughts and opinions at the same time. So it does not represent truly what's happening. So the thing that I'm trying to change about planning in general is I want to have 3 different buckets. And I want to introduce ticketing as a component of the workflow, right? So tickets come from customers. They are normally a complaint, a problem, an issue they are having, right? They normally get put in for a variety of reasons, but they can be put in by internal users as well. But they normally flow in through customers. I want to embrace that component. I don't want to make that a separate component to the Agile project management piece, right? It is a component of the process. So I want to embrace that. So tickets is a component of my system. Traditionally, what happens, for me at least, and I would always love to know other people's experiences with this. I'm deliberately just letting chat talk about the C++, etc. stuff. I don't have opinion in that, so I'm not ignoring it. So traditionally what happens from my perspective is a ticket comes in. If that ticket is more involved, is not a piece that can be worked on by a support team at this point, it goes into the backlog stories, right? And it might get prioritized immediately, like urgent work on this, etc. And it goes straight through to the developers. But there are things that come in from a support perspective that maybe need a little bit more work, they need a little bit more design, And I want to introduce an interim step, which is planning items. Right? So planning items is a ticket can be promoted to become a planning item. A planning item can be entered directly. What that is a kind of a holding position for work that's in flux, right? I don't want them to appear for developers. I don't want to create a backlog of items that is just kind of a wish list for product. I want to separate those two things out. So I kind of want to create planning items as an actual separate component. Foreign Sanatini. Wow, I cannot. My apologies. Welcome. So for those that don't know, I actually do stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. YouTube chat doesn't come up in Twitch. Twitch chat does appear on the screen, so YouTube can see it. But yeah, welcome. Yep, I was catching up on the chat just to make sure I'm not missing anything I need to focus on. So what I want to introduce is this planning item concept, and planning items are kind of a bucket specifically for planning. So if a ticket moves into planning items because it's been promoted into a planning item, my goal is visibility, right? So I want to be able to know that ticket came from, that planning item came from a ticket. I want to know where it is in the progress. So as a support rep, I can say, hey, look at this ticket and know that it was promoted to a planning item. And I can see where that planning item is. And if that is then further promoted to a story, I can still know that happened and I can have visibility into those things. Right. So I want to maintain that history, and not actually lose that lineage. Whereas in normal systems, what happens is that ticket, once it becomes something that we should work on, there's an integration with another system. So, we might use Zendesk or whatever, and Zendesk has an integration to Jira, and then we have a link in the Zendesk ticket to point out to the Jira ticket. It's a faff. And then people end up tracking spreadsheets of where work is and where we should be doing, etc. I want to try and alleviate that load, and also prevent the need, to ask a developer, where are we on this ticket? Where are we with this? I also don't believe that the traditional swim lane approach is the best thing for a developer. So I do want to address that in the longer term. Like, what view do you care about as a developer? You care about what work you have to do. Right? You don't care where it is while you're working on it. Once you finish working on it, unless it comes back to you from QA, you still don't care about it, right? In terms of interrupting your daily workflow. So, like a view for the developer of work that is scheduled for them, and can be picked up. So again, my entire goal of this platform as a whole is to try and get out of the way of the development process as much as possible, but increase the visibility and transparency of information, so that questions can be avoided that we normally we shouldn't need to answer because we have that information. So the piece I'm working on right now is kind of figuring out this component. And what I'm going to build to begin with is an internal API. This will not be the long-term solution. The reason being, I do not want coupling between my tickets and my planning items, right? If I want to deploy these components separately, having tickets and planning items as distinct entities is useful. However, if I have an internal API, I have kind of a hard dependency between the two. So for right now, that is only there for the prototyping piece of validating these workflows and making sure that I'm not going too far off track. I have tried to think as far ahead as I can right now, but I'm trying to learn some things along the way, right? I don't know everything about this process. I'm not I'm not a total subject matter expert on this entire world. So there's some pieces I'll pick up and some pieces I might go, oh yeah, that's why that's done. Never mind then. Looks serious. There's a lot of code so far, and it doesn't do very much. So right now, what this does, if this ran, which I don't think it would, by the second, I have the ability to log in. I can register a new tenant. I can log into that tenant, and I have user permissions. Right, so I've tested those things. When a tenant gets registered, it publishes to Kafka the tenant and the user. The ticket system, again, most of this is prototyping. I can receive a tenant, and then I can invoke an action inside of my infrastructure component for actually the application that's invoked here. So this update tenant occurs, right, and updates the relevant details. So Kafka is hooked up. Kafka is something I'll be leaning into. One of the things that I don't want to do, right, so this is kind of in a dash box because I'm kind of considering what it means. If planning items wants to know the ticket information, I don't want to duplicate all the ticket information to planning items, which was one of my original thoughts. Because then I'm just going to duplicate data all over the place and end up with a lot more data than I need. And if I deploy this to the cloud, which would be the long-term goal, that's going to get expensive really quick. So this big red box down here is kind of like I'm not sure, I'm going to figure this out. And it's kind of why I'm building this in this way, so that I can kind of answer some of the questions. Initially, this was service bus, right? Right. But after some discussion with stream members and stuff, I realized that might be a little overcomplicated right now, and I can still figure out the component. So then, naturally, by having an API here, if this system is unavailable and this goes to promote something, that fails. I've lost it. Right, that promotion can never happen. Right. So I do build up that dependency, whereas it would be nice to say, hey, yeah, promote it, it's fine. Messages, ads. So yeah, and if there's any questions or thoughts or opinions that you want to share, I always say that, and I'm on Twitch. People will share opinions if they really want to share opinions. But I think sometimes, because of what I'm presenting, it might look a little bit more intimidating than it actually is, or it might not. You might have some questions and you don't know how to ask them. It's why the Discord is there for any further stuff. I'm happy to talk about this stuff, right? I don't mind if I actually write a line of code if people have got something from the content. That's kind of the approach I take. But actually, I'm going to take the opportunity. Actually, I know the ads have just run, which is not the greatest of times, but I'm going to take a quick break. I do need to get some water, and I do need to walk two dogs. So I will be back in a few minutes. Please, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for listening. If you're getting on with your day, I hope you're well. But I will be back very shortly, and we'll continue this. So thank you very much. I'll be right back. Pro tip: while them both at the same time. Yeah, you'll see the two chaos when I put the be right back up screen. They are a bundle of energy. They're 8-month-old pit mixes who are adorable but challenging. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had to encourage them to go outside. Belly rubs were required before before getting them outside. So thank you. Temporary crazy API to API communication. Yes, it is a little bit risky, but again, it wouldn't be the long-term solution. But this is a problem, right? Most systems, if you're developing a system and you use the tools and don't go beyond using those tools, then you could end up in this. Belly rubs are very good for traders. Yes, they are. Yeah. Yeah. Two very loving little dogs. Well, little. There's Loki and Taylor. Loki is probably 50, 55 pounds at this point. He's not very little. But when they don't want to go somewhere, they don't want to go. So getting them back in is a challenge, not actually getting them out. So, I appreciate the prompt there. It is worth knowing that this is a very temporary solution. And kind of what we got at yesterday was the fact that if I'm following, and this is actually not a bad example of what happens when things change, right? If I was developing this, well, no, I am developing this in a real way, right? And I just assumed that this could happen, right? It changes my system design no matter what, right? So if I was trying to fit it into the existing pattern, all these components would live in here, right? I'd be trying to figure out crazy complex ways of protecting my external API and my internal API here. And what I've chosen to do is split it out completely. So I have internal components. It still fit that clean architecture component piece, but they are standalone pieces, right? So there is a different API ended here, and the application is slightly different. So we did kind of go into this yesterday. So I'm kind of catching up on things again. This one. So it does open up. Again, I need this concept eventually, so I'm going to have to figure that out. I'm going to have to figure that piece out. My tenant, my description, my review date. So that can't go in there right this second. So what can? I need the identifier. So when I'm sharing information across systems, I track a GUID, which I refer to as an identifier. Right? If you see ID in my code, it's literally the column ID. You see identifier is a GUID that is attached to an object. It is unique to the object, or is intended to be unique to the object. But it is shareable across systems, right? So if I change my schema, the API, as long as the APIs are still compatible, nothing else breaks. So I never share the internal IDs of a thing outside of the thing itself. That's kind of an important thing I need to mention as well. Review date. Review date is necessary. Right? So every item that's added into the system has to have a review date, and that's how I'll do ordering. Right? You will not be able to just drag and drop ordering. Right? Review date is something that should be assessed and attached to everything, so that it can notify people. Hey, if you say the review date on a planning item is a month from now, it can notify people, hey, this item needs reviewing. Again, communication, transparency, making sure that people are aware that things are stagnating, etc. Where are you with that thing, by the way, right? I mean, if you've worked as a developer for any amount of time, you've seen some of the chaos that happens with work, with workflows, with people tracking spreadsheets, people putting process around process to try and clean up the process, which adds more complexity, right? It's this need for us as humans to kind of control things in different ways. So the software that we create is kind of, creating Jira is not agile, which is ironic considering it's meant to be for agile purposes, right? Because what ends up happening is we end up putting more processes on top of Jira to make up for all the things that it can't do. And I'm using Jira specifically because that's where I've got most of my experience. But I'm pretty certain from talking to other people, any other tooling that is used for this sort of stuff suffers from similar problems. So I'm always interested, if you have a different experience, if you feel that I'm doing something that is incorrect, please share. I'd love to hear your stories, your thoughts and opinions on how software, how this process works, how software should be developed even. Right? Always happy to share those things. I do actually, this is something I'm working on, right? I am, at request, writing up why I'm doing what I'm doing here. What is its purpose? What am I trying to tackle? Right. And reinventing wheels is a big thing that comes up for a lot in software, right? Why are you doing this? It exists already. Maybe it does. Maybe all of the things I'm describing. Maybe there's a platform that doesn't. Maybe Atlassian come out tomorrow and deliver everything I've just said, right? Maybe it becomes the thing. I don't care. If we all benefit, if we all get better workflows, clearer communication, transparent communication, even, then we all win. So this is what I'm trying to implement right now, right? I'm trying to implement this endpoint and this endpoint to do a thing. And what we were talking about yesterday is I have in planning application, I have an add planning item. So why don't I use that? Right? Well, the problem is that when a planning item is created internally from an integration, right, it doesn't have the same information. It has more information. So I could modify this to accept all the extra parameters and make them nullable or something. But then that's not telling us the correct story, right? Well, what was the header for authorize? Now the value is the authorization? Just authorization, right? Actual header key. Yeah, it's yeah. 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 That's interesting, isn't it? Just try and hold on. Huh. Yeah, it's the authorization header. So yeah, I need to create a separate handler for this piece. Is the goal. What's frustrating? Deflux. I'm streaming later and deflux still isn't here. never attends my streams. Well, apparently if you call Blazer 3 times, he does arrive. So let's do. So I need to. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to approach this. Right. I'm not just staring at the screen deliberately. I do need to create an application. Oh yeah, testing. I do need to do testing. Let's start with that part. Tests. Planning internal application. And I just messed that up already. Actually changed the style there. I should remember there's actually some stuff to do, some of this stuff, but there's tooling to start this up. I'm going to use XUnit. If you don't install the XUnit Visual Studio runner, and you want to run GitHub Actions, run unit tests, it will break. So that's worth having. And I want and substitute. There's no point even saying, I'm not going to need them yet. I'm going to need them. I know I'm going to need them. There's absolutely no chance these don't get required. And then we need Microsoft test. Okay. So, apologies. So what I'm going to do here is I want to write, okay, I'm going to write a handler. Right? It's going to be, I'm going to write command/handler. And I am using Mediator. I'm using CQRS. I need to create a handler, and I'm going to try and TDD this. Because I'm trying to figure out what I want as I go, this is a little harder. Right? If I had a plan, if I had a document saying, hey, which is, the irony is not lost on me, by the way. I don't have much planning for a thing that I'm building to do planning with, right? This definitely an irony. I am using JetBrains Space, but the thing is that I'm trying to figure out some of the API and the architecture components at the same time as trying to learn what do I want to do. So there's a chicken and egg going on here that is a little harder to beat. If I knew what features I was adding, right? So if I said, okay, well, now I need to introduce a Kanban board, right? And I need to be able to move a ticket from A to B. That is very clearly something I can define. I can define the APIs. I can define everything about that, right? So there I will try and write things up. But here I'm trying to learn what it means to do something I actually want to do, right? I know I want to promote A to B. And I know that I'm going to use the API for right this second. I know that even when the API goes away and the message bus replaces this, that the planning item being created is going to be still necessary. So I'm not wasting time here, but I am trying to figure out these pieces and ask myself some questions along the way so I understand what that longer term goal is. Once I actually start getting to the true application development, I can define some of those things a little bit more clearly. But for right now, I'm kind of I'm making things up as I go along. Right? I'll be honest. So what do I want here is my question, right? What am I actually trying to do? So, let's start with this. So my testing style is a little bit different. Agree, disagree. It is my way. I write when this thing. So I'm kind of describing the top level thing that I'm focused on. My assertions are literally just assertions, and I kind of arrange and act as part of the whole unit test. So it works for me. It might not work for everyone. So let's go with the basic, right? Let's get the basics in there and we can figure out the use cases afterwards. When planning item added from when planning item so this gets into words matter, right? Words relay intent and they relay all sorts of stuff with their words help. You know what helps? Actually getting your sentences make sense. How do I put it? Code is documentation, right? I am not, one thing you will not see a lot of in my code is comments, right? I do not like comments. Comments are harmful. And it's kind of one of the things I definitely align with a lot of, like the experts on. Right? Comments get stale. So comments are not useful. A comment should only be added to the source code when the team agrees upon it, right? That's kind of my general widespread approach to comments. I don't like putting to-dos in code. I don't like putting reminders in code. I'm not judging you when you do. I'm not saying you are wrong or there's a problem with that. Whatever makes you productive as a developer is whatever helps you. But it's something that I don't like doing myself, right? So, coming back around on the words, right? Your code is your documentation as well. It tells someone looking at the code what it can do. Well-written code tells someone what it can do, what it can't do, what it should do, right? And it relays intent and all sorts of other things with it. A line of code is not just a line of code all the time, right? So a unit test is the same way, right? Unit tests are production code. And if I introduce, so what I had to avoid there was when ticket is promoted. What I did is I stopped myself from just writing that because do I care? Right? The test should be documentation of the system, how the system works should be understood from the test. If the test goes along complex, there's a problem with the structure you have established. Yes, agree. So, when ticket is promoted, do I care? I'm just pausing. I'm making sure I'm asking the question of myself. It might be, right? I'm not saying it's not correct. But what do I care about it being promoted? So, if a ticket is promoted, well, story can't be demoted. A ticket can be promoted. A planning item can come from only one of two places. It can come from planning or it can come from tickets, right? So it's not like I have to say, oh, promote from source, right? Now, maybe in the future, maybe there is another source, right? A planning item is registered from another application, right? Maybe we have an integration with some other system, but that would kind of defeat my vision, right? In that now we've got more process. So would that be helpful? Healthy? Would that be helpful? Tall Street, thank you very much for hanging out. I hope you're going to start in your stream, right? Have a great rest of your day. I'll hopefully stop by afterwards. You should be able to understand and learn the behavior of a system. Yes. Still preparing stuff. Because I start so early, I just go, start, and then realize that I've not done everything. So I will hopefully come and see you in a bit. You should be able to understand and learn the behavior of a system. Absolutely. Again, words matter, right? I shouldn't just be randomly throwing this in. I should be stopping and questioning what I'm doing. Do I want to support coming from a different source? At this point, no, I don't. Tickets are the only source of promotion. So a planning item can be promoted, right? So can be created from a promotion. Right? So when a ticket is promoted, right? I got to think about the order of things, right? So from the ticket side, I'm promoting this to become a planning item. From the planning item's perspective, I'm not promoting anything, right? I'm building from a source, right? So when planning item is produced from ticket, right? That's really what's happening here. I'm producing a planning item based off of the ticket, right? I'm not, and again, added, yeah. I've still got to get better at making sure I stop and question these things. Test behaviors, not methods. You agree with this thought? Should test behaviors, not methods. Yeah. In general. Because of the way I'm designing this, right? I'm designing handlers. The handlers have a handle method. Rarely so far do we have anything beyond a few lines of code in the handler. The only exception to that is kind of the workflow / use case pieces, which I would love to see a different pattern for. Yeah, we should test behavior, not specific methods in there. Because if you're writing a test and you're trying to test methods within a class, then maybe that class is doing too much, right? If you're having to test the individual methods. And oftentimes doing it that way, you'll end up with unit testing is a deep hole. If you actually manage to get a discussion started on that, yeah. No, I mean, still see there's people lurking still from the raid. I really do appreciate you hanging out. I know that my content is not the same as Captain Coder's. It is, hopefully not disappointing, but in the same, it is different, and I definitely have a different energy, or lack thereof. Yeah. So what I want to do is say I want to validate the ticket promotion, but from the planning items perspective, this isn't a promotion. This is I'm creating it and I have a source, right? So I want to make sure that I'm represented that. Right? On the other side, when I write the tests for production or for promotion, that will explicitly say when promoting a ticket to planning it, right? And later on will come promoting a ticket to a story. It would be naive to believe that all tickets have to jump through planning it. And that's a waste of energy. Being naive about the implementation deliberately to make sure that I validate it wouldn't be healthy. Because I just write code that I don't need to write. So what am I wanting to validate, right? What is it that I'm after? That's what I'm coming up with next, right? So I want my facts. Let's create global users. Global users. What's the I don't remember. Doesn't really matter. Global using X unit. Global using substitute. That's fine for right a second. When planning item is produced from ticket, title is set. So this is the one challenge. So the implementation I have right now is not. I need to quickly turn around and design some other pieces, right? Because what this has highlighted is the fact that I need teams, right? Teams is another component, right? Users can be put into teams. Work can be placed onto teams. A user can exist in multiple teams in my ultimate design. I've still got to think through some of those things. But the goal would be that teams are kind of a grouping thing. The source, so the team, is it teams? Sully, welcome. Thank you very much for the, I agree tests should test behavior. My company encourages the red green refactor method, which I like. Yeah, it is a discipline that I would love to practice more. I try. Isn't always conducive to streaming. And I don't get to do it at work. I actually have seen some funky, yes. I actually have seen some very strange, development recently regarding unit tests, including making methods public, and making methods static just to include them in tests, rather than actually changing the code or changing the design. So I have experienced trying to test methods. I don't need to worry about teams, but teams right now, or teams in general, the goal there is, so when you create a ticket, right, a ticket has an identifier. The identifier is the shareable identifier, right? So it will indicate the source of something. Whether each system, so if I get a ticket, right, maybe there is only one ticketing system, or maybe there are multiple teams for ticketing, which I can imagine support teams, scale as well, right? So if a ticket comes in regarding mapping or billing, right? The billing support team might take it, and their ticketing might say this is BL 221, right? When that gets promoted to a planning item, its source is BL 221, but internally, the planning item system doesn't care about the identifier anymore, so it will attach its own, PI 1, whatever, right? But it'll still have that as a note. So the title of this planning item will initially be set to promoted from that source, but I don't have that system in place yet. So, and again, because I'm focusing on the workflows, that's a little harder to build. I'll have to come back around and do those pieces. So, what do I actually want to do? I want to. The title is set. Let's go with the title is set right now. That's too general. That is not a healthy test, right? But it gives me a reason to go forward, right? Again, if I look at my scratch, I need an identifier, the tenant identifier, description, review date created by user. There's all sorts of pieces that I need to do. Yeah. Review date. Let's go with it set right now. Description is set. These are not good tests, but they are tests that will force me to write some of the code, which will allow me to understand more about what I'm testing, which will allow me to reflect on the tests. So they're not horrible. And then identifier. Right. So again, I said I have a different style of testing. So I have shared library. And in here, I have two methods: protected override act and protected override void arrange. From a readability perspective, you're often taught to do arrange, act, assert inside of your tests, right? I don't do that, right? The way I'm building the tests, and again, given working with someone else who does unit testing and has their own ways of doing it, maybe I learn and adapt. I'm not discounting that possibility in the future, but right now, this is the testing that feels comfortable for me. I believe it is effective. I believe it covers what I need. So it may be different to what you're used to seeing. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Right? That's a key thing that I do focus on a lot. Is I don't believe in necessarily wrong. Ryan, good morning. Hope you're well. So, I'm just gonna bring up the camera so I can keep an eye on the dogs. Now I need to write something, right? So I need to have subject, right? That's my primary reason. That's right. So let's create private. What is my subject here? Again, it's not add planning item. Calling it when planning item is produced from ticket. So the naming, but I don't call that produce planning item. That's not producing. Funny how we use that. If we were adding one directly, we call it adding. But this would be a natural term to use to produce. Because I'm going to promote it, which is going to database terms, create, add, insert, etc. I'm not inserting it. I'm promoting it from one system. I am producing it from a source. Okay. I go with subject, system under test, subject under test, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to be explicit here, right? Being explicit will allow me to improve my readability, and I can reflect back on this later. But that's what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to produce a planning item from a ticket, right? The ticket doesn't really matter. But yeah. So that's going to do that. There's going to be a handler in there. Or a handler. Really intelligence / copilot, whatever you were helping with that one. And what I need to do is subject equals new there, and then I'm going to do subject dot handle new command, right? And this is going to have on it pretty much this information, right? So I don't need that part. I do need that part, right? Ticket identifier equals ticket identifier, tenant identifier. Thank you for that reminder yesterday. Actually, I'm going to call that expected. I've seen this style a little bit as well in some unit tests. I kind of like it. It's basically being explicit. Hey, this is what I expect. This is the original, or this is what is expected. From a readability perspective, I definitely like that. Description equals expected description. I don't remember where I first saw that, but yeah. Now, review date. I don't think that needs to be set initially. Oh no, rather I don't think that needs to come in from the API. That is kind of because as I think it was Junikus yesterday mentioned, the whole finishing concept. So when a ticket is produced when a planning item is produced from a ticket, should it get the assumed review date of the ticket? So my intended use here is basically a PO PM can open up the ticket and say promote the planning item, and that will produce it into the planning item system, right? Or the planning component rather. They can then navigate to their planning and or they get a notification as well, and actually go and do what they need to do on that planning item. So I don't think review date, if I'm being realistic, is something that I really want to promote with the ticket. So that means this one, what I'm expecting here, is set to tomorrow. Yeah, let's go with that, right? So that's what I want to happen. So I don't need review date, and again, this expected, created by identifier. So that's kind of what I want to happen. Cancellation token dot on. Get a waiter. Get a result. Tell you what, writing code, when you have so many tools trying to tell you how to write code that doesn't exist, is getting much harder. Nice, Unicus, thank you. We may review that on stream tomorrow. So as an update, I do have another day off tomorrow. But I have a planned meeting, which I don't know what time that's. Well, I have an intended meeting. I don't know what time yet. That may interrupt my stream schedule significantly. So I may be able to do like the normal stream time and then come back and do more streaming. But I don't know as yet. So I'm going to leave that open. So I'm not going to do. I know that I've got the coding challenge that I had intended to do. I think we have another day off coming in a couple of weeks, so I might actually do it that way and put it on there. So my apologies for that. I'll do it on a weekend, Saturday maybe. So we may do the water drink water review tomorrow. And also, if anyone has any ideas as how to I can relay this information and make it obvious what I'm going to work on and when and how to show interest, because I would like people are interested in the water component of the stream because they want to learn how to do some of the software or they want to go through those pieces. I'd love to make sure that I'm promoting them appropriately, right? Whether it's putting the schedule inside of Discord or the schedule is on Twitch. But I do want to make sure that if you care about the Water Drink Water project, I can tell you when I'm going to work on it so you don't miss a stream or you can say, hey, I'm not available that day. Can we do it another day? Because I want to wait for the people that need. So, I'd like to make sure that if you are interested in certain parts of the stream, you can see the certain parts of the stream and catch those parts. So, yeah. And again, if this stuff is the stuff that interests you more, then that's fine. If there's particular parts about this that you care about more, I'd love to know that as well. That's great. Yeah, the Water Drink Water project then is aimed at viewer contribution. It's not aimed at me sitting and coding it all. That's the way it works. But yeah. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to dummy out that request, right? So that this file's enough. Let's create some. Well, you're just going to complain. Public object. Oh, because I didn't explain anything there. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Oh, can't make it. You can't make a grid like that. Constant. Let's do that. Can I add to these? I kind of want to create a read only. Read only period equals grid and grid. Yeah. Probably a reason why that is. Either that's not a constant normal case. How would that be the case? Read only is probably better anyway, yeah. Yeah. By the way, so Ryan, the water project is there as well. So those are the two primary projects I work on. Why wouldn't I want to create a read-only? Grid equals new grid. Create property. So this is, I'm just filling out enough to be able to write the test and then make the test fail, right? Async path value task right now. Turn task turn value task. So it compiles. That's all I care about right now. I don't care about it passing. Right. So what am I actually expecting here? Right. I'm expecting something to appear. Right. So I need a private I repository planning item. Yeah, that's what I need. Good. And it should reference the main. That's fine. So I'm not going to create one. I'm going to create a mock of that. Equals new equals substitute before that. Right. And then I need to hand that in. Then planning item repository should be taken to our handler. I repository planning it. So there we go. Right. So what do I expect to happen? So a pattern I use here, and because of the way I do the tests, right? If I was writing these all as a range actor cert, right? And again, my test might switch a little bit there, because that might be actually this might still be the test name, because the individual test, might be and when this is not set, and when this is not set. I'm kind of going for a happy path approach here. I just need to insert this record and go from there. Because I don't know what I don't know at this point. Again, if I had a clear plan, an intended outcome here, this test might be very different because I know the cases that I was testing against, right? I know the validations that I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know what I need or what I don't need yet. So I got to kind of learn. Right? Don't like that. Sorry. So I need to, when planning item repository dot when we invoke repository dot add async arg dot is actually arg dot any planning item. Doesn't really matter what I add here. I should be I should focus arg dot any. Good. When I do that, I'm going to do, and this is going to give me info. So the way I do this is I capture a result. This is a private planning item result. Again, I'm testing one unit. I'm validating one result, right? Sometimes that works really perfectly, sometimes it doesn't. So I might not be doing perfect unit testing, but I am doing unit testing, and definitely not perfect TDD. So what I do is result equals info.arg planning item. So it will take the argument and pass it put it into that. Right? So now in here, assert dot equal expected title, which result.title. So my expected title, private, read-only string, expected title equals promoted from ticket. So now I'm going to go full on red, right? Making these green is going to just take a little bit of time, but yeah. Is within UTC now again, awful name. Result dot review date time span dot from days. That's one of my extension methods. So I could use, there is a library called Fluent Assertions, which does make some of this a bit more readable, but it introduces a word that I don't like using. It uses the word should. Right, so I could, if I'm using Fluent Assertions, write this as expected title should be result title. Right? I don't like should. I'd rather that say is, right? It's kind of why I did that, right? And actually, maybe I change that. Maybe I do it that way. Because then I can write result. Yeah. Maybe I can do that. I know I'm writing my own framework there. We're going to do that in a minute. Because I like that. But Fluent Assertions does exactly what I'm doing there. It's a well-tested library. It's a very good library. I would recommend using it if you want that sort of readability. I don't like using it because I don't like the word should, right? Because it kind of seems hopeful. Really, dog? I have a dog chewing something. Shouldn't be chewing. I'll take a break in a minute. Yeah, so I'm not against hope. What I mean is that it just seems kind of like non-committal, right? It should be this, or it's not that. So I kind of like prefer is, because if it's red, it isn't. If it's green, it is. That is the truth. Again, telling a story. Right? That's all I can do. We're going to write some extension methods in a minute because I kind of want to do that because this is bugging me now. And I'm going to take the opportunity to take a break myself because the ad break just came up. I'm going to go and just look after this dog for 1 second. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. My apologies. Thank you for hanging out with me. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, anyone adorable puppy. That's actually two. That is Loki and Taylor. They are pit mixes. Currently wearing their little sweaters. Thank you to my wife. They are super friendly little dogs. They should put their names underneath them over there. So, okay, let's get this, and then I'm going to come back and write that extension method. 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. They were going to something they shouldn't have done. They normally don't have to deal with me streaming for this long. Normally I'm working and I'm a bit more interactive with them. I realize that it's kind of difficult for them, but yeah, they are fine. Okay, so I'm going to assert that equal expected description is result dot description, and again assert dot equal expected tenant identifier is result dot identifier. Don't know why I didn't offer that. Never mind. So again, my testing style is a little different than what you might see elsewhere. It works for me, right? So what I should be able to do is build, and obviously I know the code is going to fail because I've written the code. And all the code exists within this class right this second. So it's kind of cheating, right? So let's move this part now to its intended home. So this is going to go to a folder. I'm going to go to planning internal application, and it's going to go inside of planning items, man. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. So then there, use planning item, pick it. We can reference shared kernel there. We can reference the main there. Right? So this is a difficulty actually of trying to subscribe to an architecture, right? Especially one that depends so much on kind of the order of things, right? If this was just a layered architecture, right? A has B has C, right? So my application layer, my API layer pulls this behavior from my application layer. My application layer has access to my data layer. If I go in that like more tiered approach, the dependencies are kind of clearer. When you have this circle where things move towards the inside, it gets a little easier to alt-enter and include a reference you shouldn't include, right? So, right, application here as the main, right? Did I just include a wrong dependency, right? I have domain and shared kernel. Why do I have shared kernel? I have shared kernel because of what? Repository. Why don't I have shared kernel there? Am I not using repository here? I believe I am. Shared repositories. Yeah, it's in shared kernel. I think I named the project shared kernel, but didn't rename the assembly. Why doesn't that have? Is that a implicit reference? Main has shared kernel. So all I'm doing here is I'm just trying to validate to make sure that I did not just include a reference I shouldn't have included, right? That's all I'm trying to avoid. Like if I remove that, right, this doesn't break because this is referenced via the domain. Right, so I don't have an explicit reference to shared kernel. I have an implicit reference through domain because domain has shared kernel. But that's what I just wanted to validate that because obviously if I do include a dependency in the wrong direction, that's a problem. Okay. This one needs to reference the application. Now I should be able to run and have a failure. Ta-da. Yeah. We have a failure. Surprise, it does nothing. So now let's make it pass. So we're going to clean this up a little bit because this isn't the way I write these. Right? This can actually be a record, right? It'll make it cleaner. They're all required. It's not like I can avoid any of them. It sits neatly up at the top and it's pretty much a report challenge, right? So I just removed the type off that. And we have that. Now we have that. So we have that. Right. This is now an I command that's going to return a result though. I command comes from mediator. Ooh, I gotta be careful there. Because now I'm overlapping with fast endpoints. That's not healthy. So we're going to introduce Ardalists result. Kind of like Ardalists libraries. I'm using specifications. Love it, hate it, whatever you feel. Obviously, some people don't like the idea of having repositories, especially when I'm using DB context underneath. I'm not doing this for some crazy, hey, I might swap out the database. Right? I'm not under that illusion anymore, right? Mediator abstraction. I'm using the mediator library. This thing is fantastic. It does mean that my application, my APIs or whatever, don't have to take a dependency on that library. They can just take a dependency on my library, and that will give them add mediator, which will then allow me to do the commands. Now I should be able to import that, and it should bring in Ardalish result and mediator. Right. That has little bearing on I'm just checking on something. That has little bearing on the test, right? This is an implementation detail that I just don't want to miss out because this structure matters to me. it doesn't matter to the test, because the test is just validating this method, right? So now I should be able to build. I can press on ticket identifier. Yeah, that'll be right. An identifier, description. There you go. There you go. Ticket tenant description created by .command. Go. So now we should be able to run. Get that implemented. Fine. Again, I'm just validating as I go, and then it should just return UI task. Result dot. Right. Doesn't matter what this returns, because it's what it does that matters. That's still a problem. That's not the right thing to do. Line 40. I don't have a result. Because when I called it, it is now the right thing, right? Again, I could have fallen foul of that, because that was I did fall foul for that, essentially. Because that was a not implemented exception, but I hadn't thrown out implemented exception in the code. So I'm still getting that now, so I'm actually getting it for the right reason. I'm going to make this pass, and then we're going to do a little bit of extension. So let's get the code working, right? So I just need to add this command, right? So we're going to do repository add async new planning item, right? This will get me into a different thing in a second. Okay, so new planning item. I don't have the ability to create a planning item, right? So if you haven't seen it before, this pattern here is a little bit of a mess, and it's not a mess by intent. It's a mess by kind of requirement. This object is persistent to the database, right? But I also want to produce events from this object, right? And by events, I mean domain events. These are events that happen within this system to tell me, hey, this happened, this happened, this happened. And I can subscribe to them from a notification handler and do further things, so I can make the system more reactive. The problem with that is it comes with some cost, in that I now have different needs for I can't use it in certain ways. And also this, again, because it's persisted, these up here are necessary, because what happens is this object can set its private variables, but it doesn't expose them. But if you use this as an object for Entity Framework needs public get setters to be able to set its values. So what this does is hides all the setting components, and then in Entity Framework I have to create configuration that says, hey, use this field as your actual data set, right? This is the actual value. So that helps with that. And that could be where you tie in that workflow engine to do the things in your code, and the workflow could be an end user set of the actions. Yeah, I like the idea of adaptable workflows. That is definitely something that is useful. But one of the things this guards against is me being able to, in any random code, because again, right now, I have two different handlers, both responsible for creating a planning item. That's not wrong. It's the right thing to do. Right? But now we've got to talk about, okay, well, let's do planning item.create. Right? What does this mean? Well, he says, as he can't get, because that'd be really good. There you go. That is awesome. That's very helpful. It's the tests. The tests documented that, but it's smart enough to know that's what I'm after, and the title. Yeah. So my purpose there was I was actually thinking maybe there was something different there that had a different data requirement, right? Or because right now that is the same create as I use in the other handler, just with very different reason, right? I'm not passing that information down. Today my boss came in to deal with all kind of users not receiving calls. Here in Puerto Rico was bought by another company and they are transitioning their business client base to their own services. Oh, it's going really well then. Ouch. Okay. So that should be the bare minimum, I think. We should have some green. There we go. That's never good. Facing that down or finding out when. Yeah. Ouch. Okay, so we do have some code there. I have a bit more code than I really would like to commit, but yeah. Use planning item ticket. Create handler command. Okay. Kernel project port saving planning item. So okay, so there's not much difference, right? Add planning item, creates a planning item, and assigns a user, right? And then adds this, it calls add async and then result success. But in here, this other one, I'm doing this. Actually, there is another piece of information that I need, right? So this is great. I create it. Why don't I use the other handler? Well, actually, there's a piece of information here that I don't have now and I've lost, right? And I didn't validate in my test, right? So what do I want to do? This is kind of where we cross over into that world of, well, actually, there's some design here needed, and I don't know what I want and how I want it. So writing unit tests ahead of time is a little difficult. So we've already said a ticket, a planning item can be promoted from a ticket. Planning item may in the future be promoted from a different source, but we have no reason to believe that right this second. There's no reason to extend the system in that way or even treat the system that way. Do I want to generalize it still? Because then it would support it. Kind of against the design, kind of against the intent. Do I want to store the ticket ID on the planning item? Or do I want to associate the ticket with the planning item? Right? Or the planning item with the ticket, rather. These are options. How do I undo it? Naturally, this would be easy to say, hey, I want to just whack it on there as another column. That would be the easy, quickest, simplest thing to do. But part of why I'm doing this is to make sure that I'm not jumping ahead and thinking, let's just add the data, because that's what gets us in trouble, right? If that schema changes, then I've got to unwind that schema later if I change it all out. So the solution I have here is one of, I do need a permanent solution, because this, again, this promotion part is not going away. All that's going away is how we get to this call, right? So this handler, this produce planning item from ticket, this is going to be the same, right? This is not going to change when I change it out for an API. Just how this gets invoked will change. It'll get invoked from the consumer rather than an endpoint. So do I want to associate the planning item with the ticket? Or do I want to attach the ticket identifier so that when we load the planning item, we know, oh, there's an actual ticket here, go and get this information? I'm tempted to say associate, not for the future, but for the purity, the data purity. The planning item is a planning item. I'm going to have a think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to just tinker with these extensions a little bit, right? I'm going to create is within. So right now I have this is as a static class, right? We're going to flip this a little bit. Oh, there you go. Shared tests. Is extensions. That's just amusing to me as a name. Again, if you have any thoughts, opinions, questions on what I'm doing, if you are new to the stream, if you are, if you're learning, if you're experienced, right? I'm always open to discuss this stuff. I'm always open to talk about software development. So feel free, right? This is a particularly long stream for me. I don't normally stream for 4 hours. And now streaming pretty much 7 to 9 a.m. Monday to Friday. But I have a day off work, so I've a little bit more time today. Okay. So I don't want those exactly as they are, right? Because the way this is going to work is I'm going to say public static void is T. So what do I want to write? Again, I'm going to get it from the API when I write, right? So when I say is, I'm going to make it equals is T. So this T actual expected, right? That'd be nice if that actually did work. I don't think it was that way, though. So nice to be able to control the message. That's one of the benefits of the Fluent Assertions library. Does give you the ability to specify messages, so when it doesn't actually pass, I don't think that does. Yeah, that's just a static because the assert. Yeah. Okay. So is public static void is within this datetime actual time span. I could introduce a time provider. That is another option. Is within now. Calls within. Which calls that. This does take a reason. It's Boolean, probably. Right? When you're comparing the date times with date time and it says this doesn't equal this, you're seeing the date times. When it's Boolean, it's like true shouldn't equal false. Right? So that's probably why that exists. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm doing that. There is actually there's I think it is when you're doing dates, yeah, it takes a precision, right? So that's an exact date match, right? So you can give it a kind of precision window. I don't think it, but it doesn't accept a reason. This dates again, right? So there's no reason. So the way that so the way that they expected that for expected title is result title. Actually, that should be flipped. That should be that. Actual expected, yeah. Yeah, this is expected. Kind of like that from a readability perspective. This library might exist, right? I'm only aware of fluent assertions. However, I'm not going chasing after unit testing libraries, etc. So, yeah, see how that goes. And if you're, interested in doing more of this, I'll ask you more. The Discord is always there. If you have any helpful links, etc., more than welcome to share. So this one's a little bit more difficult. So this takes a actual date, then a number, and then returns something else. So the way that it wants to write this is kind of like a bullet class version builder, right? Of T. So this returns an assertion builder. Date time. And then this returns new assertion builder of I'm generalizing just for the sake of thinking it through because I'd like to write the API, right? What you can do then is do public static assertion builder. Actually, you can do it on the assertion builder itself, right? Public void from UTC now. And then this would do assert dot this would do that. That's kind of that. This is a date time session. Don't need that. Don't need that. It takes a date time actual. And let's just build it out as it is. Span window. Right. And this right. Okay. Yeah, that's that. Public void. There we go. We don't have a reason. That's going to be a boolean. Date actual is not within window dot window of expected. Right. And then this is just from date time, right? And this takes actual and window. And we don't. That will be used. So it's clunky. I might be reinventing wheels, but I am also learning some things about what I can assert and how I assert things. So there's no harm in doing this. It just aids in readability, right? But now I should be able to write that. So the result review date, resulting review date is within 7 days from UTC now, right? Which should actually fail. It's interesting. It isn't. And again, I'm just procrastinating here while I think about the other thing. Yeah, probably didn't do that right, did I? Now that should fail. Failed. Date 2/8/2024 is not within 1 of 2/1. Yeah. I can make that more logical. Right? But ultimately that's correct. My code is adding 7 days, which is wrong. I didn't say that, did I? That's a magic number. Which isn't a stunning practice because now that's kind of hidden in there. But the benefit of doing the code this way is that this rule is very clearly defined, right? Producing a planning item from a ticket is not the same as just adding a planning item. It's a very distinct path. And there will be more distinct, in a second. But that is useful. So, I can extend these again now. So I can say result.description or is expect description, and result dot identifier is expected identifier. And yes, underneath it's doing that, but it does mean that I have some readability. The challenge to doing this sort of stuff when you start adding methods like this is you then have to go back through all your other unit tests. So if you've got hundreds of unit tests, you decide, you know what, I'll change this up. I'll do it a little different. You've got to go through everything to make it consistent. Otherwise, someone picks up on code that you wrote 6 months ago and mimics the pattern. Well, because I'm a professional, I'll never do that. Okay. The application will build all right. Yeah. I think I can. Well, no, I can't deprecate them because I've got other code built on it, but I can remove the date time extension later. Add is extensions to aid in test. Do I want with an E there or without? I think without. Push that. Oh, it's 11 already. 4 hours of a stream. Okay. Check on something quick. Oh, good to know. Okay, I got a while yet. They say needed to go. It doesn't open until 1, so I'll check instead of closing the stream down and rushing off to do something I didn't need to do. Okay, so associating the okay. So I've already decided I'm not doing any sort of future proofing with this, right? I'm not trying to solve all problems that ever may come into the system. So putting the ticket identifier onto the planning item isn't the end of the world. However, if I associate it instead of directly attaching it, I will decouple those two things, right? A planning item can be a planning item without a ticket, right? A ticket can be a ticket without a ticket, right? I don't want to necessarily couple those two things hard together, because then I'm just going to end up with a lot of null storage, right? Because not every planning item is going to come from a ticket. In fact, the majority shouldn't. If your system's working well, the majority of your planning items should not come from your users reporting issues to your support, right? Planning items should be added naturally by your PMs and POs discussing with your customers, adding the planning items in naturally. So, from a metrics perspective, that will be an interesting one to understand. And actually could be a health gauge, right? One of the benefits of using the things I'm using here, the eventing stuff, is I can, and I've kind of started to experiment a little bit with open telemetry, but I can put traces and metrics in here. So I can say, okay, well, a planning item was produced from a ticket. I can say, hey, of your planning items created in the last 24 hours, 50% came from tickets. There's a health metric to watch. That you could actually put a dashboard together of just system health, stories being promoted, stories being transitioned in progress, stories going back from QA to whatever. These are all a measure of health and, again, visibility. Why should individual teams have to worry about that? Now, there is some aspect to that is risky, right? There is, by making the system so informative, you could end up with some micromanagement problems. Because if a director or a CEO or whatever is watching the dashboard and seeing that the system is overall unhealthy, they could be focusing on the wrong things. Because at the end of the day, all they know of the software development process is words go out, product comes back, right? I'm not trying to make that sound really dumb, but it's kind of the way it flows, right? Someone asks for something, a group of people get it, things happen, magic appears on screen, and now I can do a thing that I couldn't do before, right? That is software development in a nutshell, from this perspective. When I look at this diagram, like I'm in the Matrix movie, it's a crazy system. I wish you had a nice birthday. Not my birthday, it's my wife's birthday. My wife's birthday today. Yeah. Crazy, it's like in the Matrix movie. It's all the dotted line. Yeah, the system design is getting more complicated. But it definitely is, Essa. Appreciate that. Thank you. But, you know, the goal will be that this diagram starts to look a little bit more sensible, right? Right now it's a bunch of boxes randomly tacked together with some thoughts on them, right? What publishes? How do I publish? Where does the data go, right? No. Yeah. It's more important because it's the person that can make your life a living hell. Did you plan something? Nope. See, I get birthday, Valentine's Day, and wedding anniversary all in the same month, which is helpful from a remembering standpoint. Yeah. Later this month, we've been married for 18 years. So, yeah. Many celebrations to be had. Valentine's Day, we never do anything, so that's perfectly fine. So I'm just pausing. I'm making sure that I'm just going through what are the pros and cons. Oh, let's go up. Let's go down. Apologies if that jumped up then. I really should stand up, but yeah. Life is about people. Yeah, COVID didn't particularly bother me because I'm good being isolated. I like being left to my own devices, but there's days when that other person definitely is. You definitely miss them. Yeah. to appreciate life. Well, I am going to make a nice meal. I am going to go and get a cake, an ice cream cake later. So in terms of plans, not completely without plans. And then whatever she wants to do later. She said sit down and watch a movie, but considering my sleep schedule, that movie might turn into me getting showered out for falling asleep. We'll see. Let's see if we can get it started. I'm just kind of debating the need or the desire to do what I want to do here. So, what's the worst happens? I remove the code. Okay. What is this object? If I create it as a separate object, what is it? Association. Make a special cake for your wife, homemade. She did say she wanted a cheesecake as well. I might make a cheesecake. She does like cheesecake. She also likes carrot cake as well, but there's no way I'm making a carrot cake in a few hours. My plan was to do the stream, get changed, go to the store. Because obviously I start the stream very early on. I normally don't change into my regular work clothes until I start work. So this morning I haven't got changed. I'm still in my lounge around the house pants. Not that you need to know that, but yeah. Make a carrot cake. Maybe I'll do that. And then buy the ice cream cake as a backup. Because no one might look everything up wrong. I've never made a carrot cake. Okay. What is this item? It's kind of a value object as such. If we're going into that realm, not really a very complicated object. It's hey, this is also associated with this. It's an associated ticket. Associated ticket. So what does this need? This is not going to be published. This does not need to be a base entity. Public in planning item ID. Public period identifier. Again, the information that it came from, ticket, blah, 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 to the user will only, after we get that piece in place, will only be set when that system's in place. But it will only be set on the initial promotion. It can be replaced afterwards. So the title starts to mean something once you go into planning. So when you have a ticket, the title has little relevance, right? Realistically, you care about the customer, right? Which we've kind of lost in this piece, but that's deliberate, right? Because the customer doesn't, not quite right to say it, but right now the customer doesn't matter in the planning, right? The customer might be an inspiration for planning, but the customer doesn't actually matter to planning. The actual object, the objective of planning is to make system changes. The customer doesn't matter as a primary feature of this story. Right? When it's a ticket, it's come from a customer, so it is kind of a piece of information that's relevant. And if a ticket gets promoted, a planning item will still be able to see the customer that originated the request. Right? So right now it's the customer is attached as a string, but ultimately that will be part of the database and everything like that. So there'll be a reason for being. So as far as this goes, that information doesn't need to be carried across because you can always get back to the customer that it came from. Right? If a planning item comes in from a customer later, is the value in knowing No. You might make a note on the actual planning item to say this originated from this customer, just from a discussion perspective. But you wouldn't need to track it. You wouldn't need to do anything else like that with it at this phase. So I'm okay for that to be as is. So associated ticket is just a record. That would be public virtual planning item. Planning item. Nope, don't need to do it that way. Right now, I'm thinking, do I modify this object? Right. This is not, so again, this is the kind of the challenge of having this object be the database and the thing, right? So what I can do here is I can make the only way of creating an associated ticket, and we've kind of done this before, right? This would be internal associated ticket. Yep, she's still teaching Spanish. Right now she's teaching culture, like kind of a culture class. So to kids that can't do the beginning Spanish, she now teaches the culture class, so she gets them started, and she's been showing great success at getting them to speak Spanish. So, yeah. So at Christmas we made a lot of forgive my pronunciation, buñuelos, and because of her Spanish, the kids, the actual native speakers believe she's Puerto Rican, so she took the buñuelos in, and one of her Mexican kids said, "Wait till I tell my Mexican mom that my Puerto Rican Spanish teacher made buñuelos way better than she does." I'm like, I made him as well, and I yeah, the sugar cookie things, but buñuelos, whatever my pronunciation is going to be off. Yeah, the little like star, the dipped batter things. Yeah. So that she found funny, and she's like, she keeps on to tell him, "I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm from New Jersey." But her Spanish obviously has heavy influence. Int ID. This is going to be difficult. I can't do it this way. I don't think I can do this way. We'll see. Actually, no, I can do it. Associated ticket. Just need planning item, and GUID ticket identifier. Right? Does it let me get away with this? Oh? No, I'm not that. I'm not that happy. I'm not that lucky. Because then I could do item. No, I can't do it that way. I have to do it this way. You'll see what I'm going to do in a second. Whether this is good or not, I don't know. This is something. This is only a pattern I've recently started to play around with, and virtual member calling. I gotta look it up because it's one of those things where she says different places will do them differently. Mexican. Yeah, Mexican one. A lot more like that. and you have an iron, and you dip it in the batter, and then you put it in a pan of hot oil, and it's just lovely and crisp, and then I dip them in cinnamon sugar. Yeah. So you got that, but yeah. She's explained the differences to me at some point. I know that similar foods or even same names mean different things in different parts of the world. Relative viento. Okay. That's what she meant. That's what we made. Okay. Just, actually can't. I don't think that'll work though. We'll see. That might not work for the framework. The framework might block on that. So the purpose I'm doing that for is I want to control. Yeah, when I made like 60 of them with her, and I was responsible for dipping them in the sugar and whatnot, and then putting them in the tray. So some of them broke and needed to be tested. So after 2 hours standing there trying to make those things, each one takes like 2 or 3 minutes. We weren't making big batches. We were making one big batch, but one at a time. Yeah, I was QA. Yeah. Public void. So associate ticket, right? Period ticket identifier. So here we're going to do. So the reason I'm doing this is this allows me to control behavior and kind of describe the domain properly. I could do this in a service, in a domain service. From what I understand, the application layer is meant to kind of orchestrate, right? Which this would then do. What I would do is say, var planning item equals v8. And I'd say planning item dot associate ticket. And then I'd say command dot ticket identifier. Right? And then I'd just add planning item. That's kind of how I want to write it, right? Rather than, because otherwise then this repository, I have to have a repository for the planning item and then the association, and I have to do all that in here where it very much is tied to this, right? And so now I'm verbalizing the actual behavior. I'm documenting the actual behavior, not verbalizing. Verbalizing by saying it, I suppose. So, yeah, I mean, again, if you don't like this style, more than happy to discuss this stuff because I wanna make sure I'm validating what I believe. Now, what I've also done there by doing that internal is I can't do var association equals new associated ticket, right? It won't let me, right? I can't do that. Because I can't create an instance of this outside of the actual planning item, right? But what doing that does is mean I now need, right, public associated ticket. So even though I've said I don't want to do what I'm doing, right, I'm doing it kind of virtually. Right? I'm representing the behavior because it is an associated ticket. However, I have to do get that there. It is an associated ticket. However, I'm not doing it in the database. I'm not storing it as a field. So from the user's perspective or from the developer's perspective, as they go to pull this, it's going to have an associated ticket, right? That can, We'll just be more explicit about that. And now this associated ticket happens, right? Which also means that later on, just by virtue of the behavior, right, I could do something like that. So if later on I say, oh, well, actually, we've got a planning item, but this ticket is actually that planning item. So we can say, okay, associate this planning item with that ticket, and this will just work, right? And I can pass in this, right? So it kind of creates a two-way behavior. What I'm not sure of is how Entity Framework's going to deal with this, because at the point I'm doing this, I don't have an ID. Right? I'm not going to worry about the event right a second. Now, hopefully what it should do is, because everything's wrapped up in the same chunk, it should save all the right IDs. And Entity Framework can do that. Whether it will or not, I don't know. So, readability perspective, I like that style, right? Understanding, there's some technical wizardry. That sounds pretentious. I don't like sounding pretentious. There's pieces that a less experienced developer is not going to necessarily understand to get to that point. Is that acceptable? I don't know, but it's the risk of a more senior developer developing an application from scratch, is that I'm going to use techniques I know that can help me if I can get away with it, right? Okay. The one thing I didn't do there, right, is write a test. Because I'm still, again, I'm kind of free flowing in that respect, right? Fact is, planning item is associated with ticket. Results dot associated ticket is not null. But I want to write there. No, put it here. On public static void is not null. Is not nil. Null this object actual so not null. And I'm only doing that just for being consistent in terms of my style there. So okay, let's see. I mean, it should pass because yeah. Okay. So add extension or is not. So planning item is a new script. Cannot forget that. So I'm not using migrations, primarily just because I don't want to mess around with framework migrations. Associated ticket. Good if I could do entity framework, create a script of that. That'd be awesome. That would do the migration. So planning item is those three pieces of information. That's our database. So again, I am all in on the rider and the JetBrains pieces. New table. This table is all associated tickets. that redundant? Maybe. New column, ID. No, I'd hope int is big enough at that point. Not null, identity, primary key, new column. I think my brain doesn't work at times. New column, planning item ID, int, not null. Text on that one. Last night was the first time I saw that Rider had an EF tool to run a crim. Yeah, and it's very nice. It's I've used it on a water, and I was impressed because it helps that piece, because I hate writing out like command every time and messing it up and getting the order of things wrong. And this is ticket identifier, which is right now unique identifier. Do I care when this is added at this point? No. I just care that it's associated. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, the tooling, it's a very nice tool. I was very happy to see that, and I used it pretty much for the first time the other day. So I've just created some indexes that I'm not sure I entirely need, but we'll find out. Bugs me that it formats, that's why. Can't. Control KD, that's how it was to format. So I might want to get all tickets, all planning items. Technically, now you could associate the same ticket with multiple planning items. Doing it this way, which is still valid. Actually wrong. Okay. We're going with associate ticket with. I want to thank everyone. I assume there's lots of people lurking still. See the number still. I want to thank you for still hanging out. I appreciate it. Hopefully, there's been something useful in this stream. You've seen the endpoints panel. I was thinking of adding an HTTP file into the water API. Didn't, but that one was awesome too. I have seen it. I haven't used it. The problem with using something like, does it work? Or does it hit the same? Does it use Swagger for its endpoints? In which case, if the Swagger stuff is fixed, does it work for? I don't know. Endpoints, right? Like, it doesn't. I go to tickets, biggest API. Yeah. Yeah. Or open API. Okay, so it uses those specifications. But it kind of gives it a best guess though first, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can go through that though. That would be, I mean, introducing tooling specifics, I'm not too worried about, because again, the idea of that project is one of making sure that people can join and not have to deal. If they use Visual Studio, they use Visual Studio. If they use Rider, they use Rider. Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely give it a look. That would be useful. Okay, so let's see if we can go a little bit longer. Don't have anything specific I need to be doing other than keeping an eye on those dogs and making sure that they get their walks. Those dogs. My dogs. We are fast asleep right now. They wake up in the afternoon because then when everyone else is home, they can really start playing or not. Okay. So we'll go a little bit longer and see how we go. So the next step would be to hook up the API here and then poke that and verify I can actually create a planning item from this source. If you've been paying attention, all I've done is written code that doesn't do anything. But it works in theory, right? Okay, so what is this? This is an endpoint regarding. I actually got to test my opinions on this last night. I was watching the video mentioned. Hey Thorolf, how's it going? How are you doing? How was your first day? Came home from the new job. Nice. Day ones consume all the information, don't do very much unless you are in that sort of role that is, hey, you're going to commit something. I have to go. I wish you a good stream and a nice day. Everyone take good care. So thank you very much for everything. I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day. See you tomorrow. I will update in the Discord if the stream is going to be broken up or whether there's going to be one big stream tomorrow. That's good. I just spent time being overloaded with info. That's common. That is common. See you soon. He insisted that my title should be Senior Dev, which I didn't agree with, but apparently looks better on LinkedIn. I should wipe my experience off the board and put junior developer and then over deliver. Like, imagine that. I go into somewhere like, I'm just a junior developer. And I just completely over deliver. Literally the only hired dev there. Like, I don't know you very well. I do know you are a smart person who lives and breathes software. So I'm sure that it's not an unwarranted title necessarily, but it's more. Again, what does senior dev mean if everyone's a senior dev, right? What does it mean to be a senior dev in today's world where, people with a year's experience, not you specifically, but I've seen roles that are, like I've seen a senior developer, 4 years of college and 3 years of experience. What does that actually mean if everyone's a senior dev? Like, there's no balance to the system because everyone's striving to be senior. Senior just means I have an opinion. And you should listen to it. Right. It's a meaningless title because you're the only hired dev, and it looks better on LinkedIn. No one should be worried about your LinkedIn right now. You're on day one of the job. My LinkedIn says software architect. Doesn't mean anything. Right, it's for the company LinkedIn. Okay, so they're trying to make it look like they're bigger than they actually are. And if you've got one developer and they're a junior developer, that doesn't look very good from a software perspective. Okay, play the system. Okay, it's like, what's a wonderful lunch? I think a carne asada, meat something with rice. White rice would hit the spot. Asada. I don't know the word. Asada. But either way, I'm in meat and rice. I'm in. Order me one, please. I'm hungry. I'm off work. Can order what I want for my lunch. Stewed. Ah, okay. Even better then. Okay. Why did I pause? I paused because I was going to discuss what I was going to call this endpoint and thoughts on endpoints. But yeah, but for off, I'm really glad that the new job started off, and it's a new adventure, a new difficult moving sometimes. Can't believe that you just went like Wednesday one job, Thursday new job. That is yeah. Yeah, I think it should be named endpoint. That would be an awful system. If you were developing a tool for delivering like documentation, and you had something that had endpoints, you would have to create an endpoint. I think I'm starting to get to the point of the we talked about earlier in the stream, like the amount of development and stuff that the developer can do, and we're about to hit 5-hour stream, and yeah, I think I'm hitting the limit. I don't think I will see Sito in this stream. And I know for a second there you thought I would call the endpoint carnies. Oh, yeah, that sounds good. The only place I have near me that I love getting food from is a Mexican place, and they do torta, and they have what's it called, the biggest sandwich? The torta's a small one. They do a semitas, with pork, and it's got peppers and avocado and all sorts of stuff in it. It's delicious, and I love that one. That's my favorite sandwich. Okay. 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 Yeah, tortas and then semitas. Semitas, yeah. Cemitas is like, I know that if I ask for the torta, I get this little sandwich, and if I ask for semitas, I get this massive bowl of yeah. Yeah. Every language has its confusing moments. You can read about it in my LinkedIn blog post about my new system manager pattern. The endpoint. Okay. I need to test this piece. That's what I need to do. I need to get that done, and then I can safely say that the the beginning implementation of the ticket promotion is in place. So, endpoints. That's where I was. Yeah, the fun part, no matter where you order it, it will get something good. Yeah. So there is, again, I'll refer to it, that Essa linked a video or linked a LinkedIn post from Jeremy Miller. I had a video attached. The video is slightly choppy quality. But he points, I'm deliberately talking so I don't refer to that again. He talks about endpoints and how we kind of associate. It's long been a dislike of mine in that you kind of say, okay, well, I've got a ticket, therefore the ticket endpoint exists. And I do it, right? I do have a ticket. Tickets is an endpoint, right? And I use the verbs. So kind of semi-restful, right? Not restful. But that binds directly to a thing. Here, planning items would be a poor choice, pardon me, for an endpoint. Primarily because I'm not talking about, I am creating a planning item, but this is not the same as this planning item here, right? So I'm at least pausing. If it gets called planning items, it gets called planning items, but I want to pause and think about what I'm calling that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, my first two Googles on the jobs were TypeScript flow and TypeScript for loops. Real dead mum. I looked up how to write an event in C# before because I wasn't too certain about the actual syntax. Not that I've never done an event in C#, but I haven't used them in that long. I'm like, really? Am I wrong? Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. I'm still. By the way, if you have any pieces of the language or the framework that you use very rarely or find little need for, I would be interested in you sharing them in Discord. I kind of want to create a video, and the video will be titled something along the lines of, I got kind of notes over here. What is it called? It's called How I Could, but Why I Did. Each is a C# I rarely use. Kind of a video idea. It's kind of like tuples. I know. I think I meant I was talking to this the other day. Certain words or certain things. What do they mean? How could I use them? So I I want to compile a bunch of those things together. I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to type it. I'm not saying that I'm totally unused. I'm saying that I don't use them. Right? I'm saying why don't. So what I want to do is write some code using them, which in that particular words case that I will not mention scares me because I don't know how to do it effectively. But I could use them, right? So tuples here, I could do this. I could also do this, right? So I kind of want to create that trap. I know what you meant. What you mean that word? No. Well, that's kind of my point, right? You're saying there's some valid use cases. I've never met one, right, in the C# language. So I kind of want to put a video together of some of those things. So if you have any ideas, I would appreciate you dropping them in the Discord. because I'd love to assemble all these things, and I'm going to write some cursed code that's going to be, here's a program using these things, and how I might apply them, and here's the way I would normally do them, right? So I've got to kind of think about those cases. So in the case of that word, I might restructure the code differently. I might create different code entirely. I kind of want to go through it. So if you have ideas on keywords and structures within the actual framework, exactly. That's kind of what I want to present. Here's a bunch of features that I don't use. Here's how you could use them. Here's why I use this method. And it actually might expose some of those features, because tuples get a lot of focus when you watch back the Microsoft videos, etc. But you can get by without using them at all, right? If you follow certain patterns, if you describe different ideas, etc., you can get by without using them entirely. Primary use case is to exit nested loops, but 99% of the time extracting into a function works better. Right. So I could do it this way. That's kind of the video. I could do it this way, but I don't. Right. So I kind of want to produce a video of those things. So yeah. Any ideas? Like sealed, I've never used it consciously, but mostly because I've never even looked at what it's used for. Yeah. Internal, right? Internal is something that only dawned on me as I was writing this code, right? Because I have, in the domain, I don't want things outside of the domain library to be creating instances of this thing. So by putting internal on here, I protect this class from being having instances of this class created outside of this domain, right? So it's useful, but I don't often use it, right? So what does it mean for me to use it? What's the difference, etc.? Yeah. I mean, sealed is pretty much, you can't extend, right? So, yeah. So it means this isn't going to change or whatever. I think it might be an optimizer. Yeah, it could be. Sealed is mainly used when writing code for other programmers. C++ sealed also allows. Yeah. My understanding of sealed is if I want to say you cannot extend this class. Yeah. But internal definitely helps me describe my system, right? It prevents me. Again, these handlers, I want to control how they're written. If I want control of how they're written, I'll make sure that I can't fall into some bad habits later. I need to make sure for my own benefit that I can't do things. And that internal keyword there helps me do that. So, yeah. But, just as a discussion point, if you're interested in insisting, then, drop some keywords and features of the language that aren't often used, or you use but you don't see very often in Discord, and I can see if I can create a video. So far, cursed word, tuples, internal is something that I don't use a lot of, so it is worth doing. That's kind of the flip. That's kind of, I don't use, but probably should use more of. Sealed, those sorts of things. Unsafe. My scary part about the unsafe stuff is that delves into a realm of optimization and language structure that I just don't use. So I might have to learn a lot more there. What is dog doing? Oh, doggy's not well. Doggy's very not well. Oh dear. Curious seal can avoid virtual function lookups, as you know a seal class cannot be a superclass. So it is an optimization. It can be an optimization, because you can have to say, okay, it isn't going to go any further than this, so you can trust it. Can be a C# adjunct. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's see if I can get this endpoint in. So I am going to create this as planning items right this second, because again, this API is going away. So I'm overthinking this problem. Right? I'm going to post, and the post is going to look very similar. So I'm not even going to bother with not copying and pasting. Have I ever used unsafe? No, I have not used unsafe. I've never needed to delve into any interop or any sort of any sort of stuff like that. So yes. No, I struggle to find any use case for that one. Yeah, it's not something that I've needed to use. I have seen some examples of it. And if you look at some libraries that implement like a hardware abstractions, etc., then you're going to find it. People forget C# can have pointers, and going into that realm is just scary. Okay, so in here, oh cool, that'd be broken. Yeah, definitely. Internal application planning item, produce planning item. Okay, this is what I'm going for, right? So in my API here, I want to be careful I don't include the wrong piece. When I was doing that comment, I just ran into some fun things not on stage. Yeah. I don't think my dog is very well. He does not look happy. I might have to go and check it. Let me go do that. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Ouch. Puppies were needed outside. Okay, so in this instance, this is an unauthenticated request, right? This is an internal request, so I'm not going to have my user, right? Which is okay. That's not necessary. Title is not necessary. The tenant identifier is going to have to come in, right? So, period, identifier. Because the system promoting it will know what its tenant ID, what its tenant identifier is. So, I don't need to panic about that part. No. It will have a description. It will have the request of an identifier. What else do I need? It needs reference it. So it needs a ticket identifier. Right. Public period ticket identifier. Right. Ticket identifier. And then what was that last one? Created by user identifier. Request dot this cannot be null. Absolutely not. Application policies. So application policies exist. Actually, no. This is allow anonymous right now. If this was to make it to production, right? If this was to go beyond this system, actually get out into production, and things become more serious, this would have to be guarded against, right? I'd have to make sure this is an internal API only. There's rules and all sorts of protections to make sure this cannot be referenced externally. Right? But this API is intended, and because of the way the system's been designed, it would make no sense to make this a component that exists beyond this phase. All I'm aiming for here is to try and get this component figured out, that I can understand what this component looks like. And by this component, I mean the data, kind of who needs to know about what when. So I'm putting in these pieces so I can actually visualize some of the parts and understand what my actual challenges are. Oh, great. Either the dog's found some cookies in the bottom of the toy basket, or she was trying to decide which toy she wanted to play with before. Oh well. Dogs are funny creatures. Okay. So we should have enough to edit. So I have this placeholder app, right? I can actually now create a new style. This. There's a new thing introduced inside of Rider called multi-launch. So what they called a compound project before can now be multi-launch, and now I can add many projects in there and specify the startup order, essentially. All right. So I can say I want to have API gateway, right? API gateway isn't necessary right this second. Actually, no, I don't want it. Second, I want to do event management project. I want the tickets project. I want the planning items project. And now I'm going to have to go and create these That goes away. That goes away. This planning. It's internal. I want to make sure it's visually breaking. So this is full stack. Wait a second. And multiple. There we go. That's better. So I want tenant management, tickets, buying items, and internal. And I want the API gateway doesn't really matter right this second. The tickets, infrastructure, consumers, that matters. So if I start up the system and I go and create a tenant, I won't be able to create a ticket for that tenant until the integration has run and consumed those pieces. So that is a use case I'm going to have to come up with essentially. Teams doesn't exist properly right now, so there's no point in including it. And placeholder login, that should be there just because. Yeah. But now what I can do is I can make sure these start in order and I can rearrange them. Whereas previously, I got what I got. Okay. So I can remove the compound. It served me well, compound projects. At first, I didn't understand the differences this brought, but now I do. It's a very useful feature. Okay, so now I can run full stack, in theory. But yeah, I'm going to do a bit of cleanup here first. I'm going to remove this profile and remove profile. And remove launch browser. There's nothing worse than starting up 6 or 7 different projects and browsers pinging up everywhere. What? Didn't I just do that? Did I not save it? Tenant management. Tickets, planning end, internal, tickets infrastructure, placeholder login. Okay. Apply. Full stack. Okay. So it will start in the services window. All the projects will start up. UI starting up. And it organizes them this way as well. So you can actually have them. You can actually have services, consumers, etc. If I could figure out how to organize this. Okay, so I should be able to go here. Just on 7100. I should be able to go here. I want to create a new select. I have already planning. Rename, promotion. And again, if you're watching the stream, if you're new to the stream, have any questions about what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, any technologies or otherwise, feel free to ask. We're going to go to planning items. Again, it's an unauthenticated request. This is not an internal API. We need ticket identifier. And this is going to matter, but we're going to turn it on an identifier. YouTube has been very quiet for a long time. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, I don't see any problems with it. I think everything's running fine. Yeah, looks like some viewers. YouTube viewers don't stick around for too long, and I see a lot of asking questions and then never answering. Like, not everything is what I say goes. So okay. So we need tenant identifier. We've got some tenants. So this is really thorough, I think. I was in Cito's stream the other day, and I was like struggling I was bored, and I was creating tenants, and I was like, okay. And so I started naming them after whoever said something next. So I'm not just being weird putting people's identifiers in there. Tenant users, my DBR or cable users. Yes, qubits. Yeah. Description. This needs to be looked at. It's an important issue. Yep, I think. I don't normally do that. I was just really bored and I was creating stuff as I was watching the stream. And I was like, I just started. Whoever said something next got an organization. Important issue regarding the thing. And the ticket identifier. So the ticket. Well, actually, create a ticket. Awesome. I have enough IDs to be distinct. Okay, so I should hit send. Nothing works because why? Because did it register the API endpoint? No, it did not. You kind of need to. So here, the beauty about this thing is I can go over here and hit. I should be able to hit stop on the internal component, right? I don't need to bring the entire stack down. Loader services add fast endpoints. This bugs me that this is. I don't think so. They show that as being attached to fast endpoints, but I don't think it actually matters. I think it's still the regular version. So I think that is good enough. And then but use fast endpoints. I should be able to pull that one back up. I don't know. The beauty about this is I can run most of them without debugging, but I can start certain ones up with debugging. That's what that chatbox was on the planning it. Also on the multi-run, which is nice. Oh, unable to resolve services type immediate sender. Okay, because that's I did all that. Builder.add builder.services add. This is where I like the new library. That is easy. I don't need everything to start, so I'll just let this one. If this works, we'll wrap things up and oh, you know what else you need? You know what else you need? There's configuration, there's database, there's all sorts of stuff. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, this doesn't work. Do just this. I haven't put any of that in place. Reference planning infrastructure. I need SQL Server. Planning repository, that's fine. Again, because this is all built. I mean, eventually, because this goes away, I don't necessarily need all this stuff. But because it's using all the same stuff as the regular API, but this API should not be merged with my normal API. The concept of promotion is not one I want to introduce at an API level. So if I just dumped it into their API, that would make a mess of the system, right? So I do want to definitely at least covering that part. I also need some connection strings, right? Now, because I've got the domain outboxes there anyway, it'll be okay. Let me set that up. Add mediator outbox. And that. Now, realistically, no, that doesn't need to happen. Because ultimately the consumer service would also need to do the same thing, because if events are published, it needs to go to the outbox. Okay, let's run that up once more. I think I'm pretty much out. Fine. Oh, what is that one? That is this is annoying. This keeps happening. I go into here, invariant globalization. I've got to look at why that happens, but that breaks SQL Server. I haven't had it happen before, but it must be something I include in here, puts invariant globalization in. That creates a problem. So the outbox is reading, so that's good. Should. Did I get an endpoint? Dog. One endpoint. Planning item. Helps if you actually are consistent. Did that work first time? No, it didn't. It didn't work at all. How did you return 204 then? Oh, because it just say okay. There's not much that can go wrong in here, so let's have a look. Okay, we came to the right endpoint. We have a command. We have all the right data. We're planning item. Okay. We have an associated ticket. Okay. That's fine. Right. Missing something. Not insert at all there. So let's add a. Oh, this is awful. DB. Hold on. If I go to planning domain, no, infrastructure, sorry. I need that DB context. Have, public DB set, associated ticket, right, associated tickets. I don't think that should create that problem. Oh yeah. I'm rude myself. Totally. This is not going to give me any hints. It's not erroring, not succeeding. Definitely hit the endpoint. So we go here and put a breakpoint here, right? We put application. Why wouldn't it save the data? I'm saying definitely talking to planning items. Get our breakpoint and our thing. If everything's posting correctly. Hitting repository. Save changes is explicitly called inside of the mediator repository, by the way. So I'm not mediated this specifications repository. So I'm not worried about that part. But it just doesn't want to add that into the database. Oh, planning item created. No, that's the original events. Right. Although we should still see them. The planning item created should still happen in notification outbox. There's 4 there. Right. So why am I not seeing it? So the only reason that would be is if it rolls back the transaction for whatever reason. Right? So the mediator outbox and outbox monitoring, right? So that's working. And the main event portion interceptor, that. So this is what adds the actual events in there. So I must be missing a configuration setup in some form. Add transient, add mediator, add repositories, add health checks. There's nothing I'm missing here. Because I don't have auth. Back off exception, back off. Well, that's if it can't do what it needs to do, it'll back off until it hits 2 minutes. Okay, are you ready yet? Are you ready yet? I don't see anything I'm missing particularly in there. I've got my planning DB context, I've got my domain event pusher, my mediator, my planning repository, an outbox, planning. This is why copy and pasting is bad. I changed it again yesterday. I changed it to stop being planning items, because planning items is a thing that exists in the planning instance. Naming is important. Okay. One more try. Go that. Go back. Oh. How do I get it? Now I'm stuck. Am I seeing an error at all? Oh, content root, planning internal. So these are my outbox. The database is there. The outbox is checking. It's not doing an insert. It's not trying to do an insert. Just checking the, yeah. Why does this not work? So if I go into here, right, add async, I go to implementation, repository base, it calls save changes. There's no reason for it to not do what it's asking to do. The only thing I can think of is that is breaking it, right? So this should still work. It should add a ticket. It just won't be associated. I think that could, not might, that is possibly the cause. Oh joy. Yeah, let's see if that did it. I still didn't get my plan out. Okay, well, this is going to some magical mystery database somewhere else that I have no idea. And I clearly don't understand how to do development. It's not trying to insert, it's not failing. I don't know. Now don't know. I have a planning item repository, which I'm associating. What am I missing? I guess I'm going to debug into here and see if it actually does what I think it should do, but ultimately, I've referenced it in the DB content. I don't need a configuration for it, it's a simple object. Maybe can't, no, because it shouldn't matter that it can't create one. Although it could be the problem. No, because I removed it. Okay, for now. Configuration. But what I was trying to avoid is doing that for everything, right? That style that I've got before. Because what I could do is say, okay, well, you can create a new instance to this to set all these variables. Maybe that's the cause. Let's do it this way. Let's make that public. See what happens. Right? So my suspicion there is there's something that Entity Framework doesn't like about manipulating that object as an associated object of the parent when it goes to try and serialize it, and that's creating some sort of problem. The fact that Entity Framework in general is a pretty, how do I put it, temperamental framework, so it likely throws a problem on every little thing, right? So that didn't error at all. Didn't get an ID though, that's another challenge. So, yeah. So let's remove that association entirely, right? Let's get rid of that. Because it just could be this pattern does not work for Entity Framework, right? We don't need associated tickets technically there. Build. Yeah. Build. So true. True. Build. That actually rebuild and then keep running. No. That's stuck in one massive loop of trying to build, and yeah. I think in theory it should be able to rebuild and reload. We didn't do it. So what I'm looking for is that planning item to exist. It still doesn't exist. So it's nothing to do with the association. Yeah. So what I'm looking for here is when I open planning item, I'm looking for the ID to be set. And domain events by the time I get here should be empty actually. So there's something else not happening. So the interceptor is having an issue there. That's the problem. This domain event publishing interceptor is throwing up. This is failing and rolling back. Is my best assumption. So let's give it one more go. This has been a long one. Unfortunately, this is not normally in my streaming schedule. I would love to get this sort of streaming every once in a while. Just like I used to. Unfortunately, it just isn't feasible most of the time. At AC. Okay, so there's part of my problem. My save changes is not flying. That's why. Hold on. No, that's not going to do it. It shouldn't actually. Where is that? So, I'm adding the interceptor though. It's not hitting this. I know notification public. So the way this works is the domain event publishing interceptor injects an iNotification publisher, right? That is actually this part, right? So there's a bit of disconnection stuff. What this does is turns around and says, okay, when you actually save, I will store my events to the outbox, right? And so all the domain events that happen inside of that go to the outbox. If that transaction fails, the entire thing rolls back and there's no harm, no foul, right? That's what's happening. Something's creating a rollback, is my best guess right this second. And that is then resulting in nothing happening. But I don't know why it would not throw an exception. But also, we add the interceptor here, right? It's clearly querying the database correctly, so the database is actually functional because the outbox is working. This is the outbox piece, right? So unless I'm not wiring something together, we'll look at tickets. Validation, transient. I don't think I did that. Oh, come on. I think it's time to go, walk the hookers. This is going to frustrate me though. I'm like so close to having working that it's very frustrating. The concept is one of this should, when it goes to save something, it will call the interceptor. The domain event publishing interceptor should hit this and then loop through any events and post them and then clear the events off the entity. So by the time, and that's why I'm saying I think that's what's happening, because by the time I get back to the return of that handler, it should have those events should be cleared and I should have an ID because it should be actually stored in the database now. Because tracking is not, I've not turned tracking off in any shape. Give it one more pass. This is 100% one more pass. Do not have oh, you cannot add the entity. That failed. I don't have control of the source. But that threw out. Check out the Discord free channel. Oh, I'm going to post it there now as well. That's been a long time since we posted anything in that channel. Food and drink. That was delicious. Is that potato or plantain in the stew? Looks like potato, right? Rice and beans. That was delicious. And my mouth's watering, thank you. Okay. So this is showing up. So something stops the planning item from saving, which means that the planning item can't save, which doesn't mean that the other stuff doesn't work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue this afterwards. I'm going to have to go and get some. So I'm going to have to go walk some dogs and then go sort out cake and stuff. So yeah, that will be me for today. That was particularly a long stream. There's any suggestions about who we can raid over to? It does look like we still have 12 people, so I think that's definitely worth raiding out. I will return tomorrow. Again, tomorrow's stream may be broken up a little bit. But it will be back. Sidious is playing Counter-Strike. I don't think we'll be ready to Sidious though. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. Congratulations on your first day back. Your first day in your job. Clarko's doing co-working, Finance Singularity. Finance Singularity is actually fun. Let's go raid Finance. If you've not been to Finance Singularity stream before, Finance does a lot of OBS plugins right now. Started a long time ago doing different stuff. But yeah, he does that right now. So thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for coming hanging out. Thank you for everything. I appreciate it. For those that came in from the raid, awesome. Thank you. Thank you to the Captain Coda. I will be back tomorrow. I will post in the Discord if my schedule anyway messed up. But probably a bit more stream tomorrow. We'll see. So thank you very much. I'll see you again soon. Bye all.